I should just back that up and show the crowd. I forgot to mic him up. Hold on. Let me see if I can get him to mic up before he gets deep into it. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna get it with this one. Can you put that on? Thank you.
Like a celebrity here. I know, right? I can't see nothing bad about him. All right. So, as I was saying, okay, serious face back on. What is the value of your fingers? Okay. Now, think about it. Exactly. Dennis, it took him 6 months of rehab and having to reattach his finger. It took his index finger to build another thumb. Okay. So you think about the lost wages and the mobility, learning how to have to tie your shoes, use the restroom, things we just take for granted that just comes easy, right? Okay, there's some other things I can get into, but the point is your things are very important. So SaltSoft, we are the solution. Many of y'all use them, maybe at school, on the job, but we are the solution. In fact, in my opinion, there's no reason anyone should use a non-SaltSoft table saw because the risk is that real, that dangerous, okay? So SaltSoft, we've been in business for over 20-something years, okay? We've been doing this a long time and have perfected it, how to not cut your fingers off. We use an aluminum brake, okay, a brake cartridge, and this is what actually stops the saw. And it does it so efficiently and so quickly, it does it in less than 5 milliseconds, okay? Now, if you don't know how fast 5 milliseconds occurs, that is 10 times faster than an airbag deployment, okay? And why do we do it that fast? Because every 9 minutes in America, there's a table saw incident. So the time we're together, there's going to be a table saw incident. And 10 of those a day will result in one of these getting cut off, okay? So when I say the risk is real, it's very important. The table saw, it is the centerpiece of everyone's shop. We all agree? People kind of define you, who you are. They walk in your shop like, that's nice. Man, that's dangerous, right? So you want a saw that's not just safe, but it also is a quality saw. We have over 500,000 saws in operation. We're in schools, we're in industrial plants and facilities all around America, and garages and the like, and basements. In fact, if you are a business or know a business, you can qualify for an insurance discount up to 20% just by having SaltSoft in your business on your job site. If there is an incident where you activate the brake, that is a non-reportable OSHA incident. It's a bandage at the worst. Okay? So don't take it lightly. It happens all the time. I hate when I'm in a show and someone says, last week I actually know someone that cut their finger off. Doesn't have to happen. Okay? So with that being said, we have a saw for cabinet saws, and you see behind me, portable saws, job site saws. We're not just known for our safety, we're also known as being a quality saw. Anybody that has a SaltSoft, or you know someone has a SaltSoft, will say, man, this is an amazing saw. If I have a problem, I need to call, I want to get something, I can call them up, we just take care of you. Okay? Old school business. We have a good product and people like doing business with us. The last thing you can say, all right. The last thing I'll say is that you can override the safety system. A lot of people don't realize you can do that. You really shouldn't have to unless you have pressure treated wood or aluminum or metal, or you're in doubt about the moisture content of your saw. Because how the saw works is that we send 3 volts across the blade, and it's always looking for any type of interruption that's going to alter the signal. That's what triggers the brake. So it's designed to detect, stop, and drop that quickly. Okay. So, can you be my witness here? So I'm gonna cut the saw on, and it's doing a series of things. So right here I have a series of lights, a green light and a red light. Sometimes they're side by side. I get a solid green light, and then I got a red light. Is the red light on? Okay. When you first put it on, the first 10 seconds is doing the system check. Once it's all good, we're good to go. What color is the lights now? So it's a flashing red light because I'm doing what? I'm touching the saw blade. So this was actually operational. Wow, we're gonna fire it. Okay, it's gonna activate. It's gonna do what it's supposed to do. If I override the safety system, I get a flashing green light, and then when my material hits it, if it's conductive, I get a flashing what? Red light. But keep in mind, it ain't gonna stop. It's gonna slice that finger right off. Okay, so we're gonna do the demo. When I do after the demo, I'm going to reset the saw. I'm going to replace the blade, and then we'll do a test so it's actually back operational. I'm going to break every safety rule I possibly can here for just a second. I'm going to keep my blade high so you can see it. If you want to record it, please, please, please take your phones out right now. I'm going to wear goggles, though. And it's going to be really, really loud. Okay? All right. You good? All right. You fine, okay? All right. So clean up on aisle 3. Here's the damage right there. And I shoved it in there really hard trying to make it do something. Okay? See that? It never gets old, right? See that? Right there where it hit it. Okay. Now, why is that so important? That's a bandage. Okay. That's a bandage. That's it. And you still have your fingers. Okay. Now, this does not damage the saw whatsoever. A lot of people don't realize that where I hit it right there. Okay. This does not damage the saw in any way. That just attests to the quality of our saws, that you're able to reuse the saw after an activation, okay? And it's really simple how to reset the saw. Take your insert out. Rock and knife, everything is toolless, by the way, on all our saws. So just take that out. Actually, I'll put it back in. I want y'all to see this. You guys see that distance, right? So when it activates, it said pow, boom. That's what happens really fast. That's loud noise you hear. To reset the saw, you lower your trunnion, and that resets it, and you bring it back up. That's how it resets itself. Take your rod knife off, and then you take your pin, so the brake cartridge, this is actually attached with a pin. It can only go in one way. Okay? This is a $99 replacement, but trust me, if you ever go to the ER, it's $300 you walked in. Okay? So I don't care how good your insurance is. Now, you know, here's the crazy thing. I was at a contractor show. The guy said someone cut their finger off. Wherever they were located, they had to be airlifted. I was like, that's about $20,000 right there. So you guys haven't asked the question yet. What about the blade? Okay, so the blade. You don't reuse the blade. Blade's done. Or if you have a saw sharpening business near you or service, send it over to them. Say, check this out. Can it be saved or not? What's that? Yeah.
I worked in an industrial shop about 5 years ago. And, we actually had an employee come in, didn't know the saw stuff, and tried to injure himself.
Oh wow, too bad.
Yeah.
He's like, no, it's like I'm trying to hurt myself. Yeah. That's just an example of what's working around you, right? So people try to hurt themselves. Well, here's the thing: saw blades. I mean, they can be $200 saw blades. Do you want to just trash a saw blade because it activated? Worst case, what you do is you get the saw, you have an extra or two around of the actual saw blades, but also the brake cartridges. And we also have a dado one as well. So we got an 8-inch dado brake as well. Yes, sir.
If this isn't like good shape after the stop,
Mhm.
you'd be like sending back to you guys.
What, the saw or the blade?
The blade itself, I mean, like, couldn't it be melted down and you'd
You know what people do with them? They put them on a wall like this, the wall of shame, or they make a clock out of them. Or a lot of people, I'm gonna take this out. Oh, let me show you this. You gotta walk it off because there's on 3 pins. Okay, so the brake is on 2, then you got the blade. Okay, you wanna walk it off just little by little. You make it for the older one. No, you go. It's all you got. Industrial.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, industrial doesn't have that. Yeah. So, well, industrial. Yeah. But that you just throw it back in there. It's all cast iron up under there. So, all right. So, wall clock. Okay. A lot of people, believe it or not, there's a guy at one of the show I go to, shows I do. He takes these, he knocks these off, and his father paints them, paints ocean scenes, and he gives them out as gifts. So people do different things with them. So, so we say have it checked out because if I was to reuse this saw right now, it's a possibility I have a little bit of a wobble in it, possible. So that's why we say send it off to somebody, but it should not go right back on this saw by no means. It does. I've seen one time. My liability side says have it checked out and inspected, and then it's all good. All right. For a long time, we would say do not reuse the saw at all. Other thing too is that just make sure the pin is down. So this goes in only one way. But sometimes when it gets shipped, you know what? When I do a training and I allow someone like a sales associate in the store to do it, it's very like even reaching down doing this is like, how did you do that? But I've done it, you know, I've done it so many times, like I almost close my eyes and do it. So that's in, the pin is down. The saw will not operate if I don't have the pin in or the brake. That it will not operate whatsoever. We'll take my washer, put it back on. A lot of people, you know, you forget just saws, right? When I do events, sometimes people come in and they tell me what saw they're using with the type of saw and the condition of the current saw. And I'm like, you know, these saws are so nice, we almost take it for granted.
you didn't have to do the stopper. How many times the saw
We don't really have a number because when we test these and build these and design these, they run these things like 2,000-3,000 times. I mean, just back pow, pow, pow. I mean, like I remember when they did that little saw. Literally, they would sit there and just reactivate. But here's the thing: you have to see under the saw to see that it's not your average saw. That's why you can't retrofit this to another brand. So the founders initially, a woodworker, a physicist, and a patent attorney, said, "Hey, you know what? We want to be able to do maybe sell and license of the saw brands." Nobody wanted it, so that was the birth of Saw Stock, because you have to re-engineer the whole saw, and so the cast iron and steel that's under these saws, they're designed to withstand the impact over and over and over again. And you go on our website. I mean, we have all kind of instructional videos on how to care, maintain our saw. We talk about how we develop it as well. Yeah.
That's one nice thing about it. You don't have to face them under industrial saws. Everything's right there.
What my light's doing? So I got a flashing red, new brake, right? So it's going through and saying, okay, everything's good. If it was defective and I didn't put it in right, it's going to be no green light, solid red light. Okay. So yeah. So if the salt detects anything, it won't start. Now, what I normally do at this point, now I use a demo brake. It's not the ones that you buy off the shelf. It's 50-50 if it does it the first time. Sometimes I cut it back off and back on because it's designed to run for 1 minute. So we change the software in it. So let's hope everything's good. Good. Now, last thing I'll say, when it's powering down, if you touch it right now, it's still going to fire. It will still activate. Okay? It will still has come to a complete resting stop, and then you're good to go. Okay? Any other questions? All right. Last thing we'll say, don't delay. We got these salts in stock. It's a real danger. It's a risk. Don't have one, let's salt. Okay? All right. Thank you all. Who didn't get a hat? You got one?
Thank you.
My life is complete. Yep. Didn't get one from you.
Did you bring a picture in with me so I could?
You just have as famous as you are.
Nobody wants my picture. All right, so there we go, folks. That was the sauce promo. I don't know how much of that got transplayed on the video, but that is a start anyway. Sorry about the camera gear here. You got to make sure the customers are in there and see it. It makes it a little tricky with try to get just the right angle. Klingspor folks working hard again this morning. Some of them anyway. If you missed our interview yesterday with the gym, definitely want to go back and check out that video. That was a fantastic little instruction on how to operate the gym, the benefits, and of course the abrasives that we have a full line of to go along with it. We didn't get a chance yesterday to get a good look at the EasyWood tools, so let's take advantage of that now. Normally these are backed up with lots of people standing in the booth asking a lot of questions. EasyWood, one of the original carbide cutters. And we do have to come check out the Mohawk booth today. Who's in the booth? You can't hide from us. Really?
I'm trying to get out of your way. Nobody wants a picture of this either.
So if you're into furniture repair, the folks at Mohawk have got you covered. Mohawk, full range of aerosols, finishes, touch-up, repair, fillers, even burn-in. And I bet if we asked nicely, he would tell us all about how to quickly burn in and touch up furniture. Should clip on, yeah.
So we have a hard fill kit, and this was developed for the flooring industry, but it will work on furniture, cabinets, and so it's really taken off. So it has a small knife. It's kind of like soldering, and it takes two AA batteries, and it's just gonna heat up. So what we'll do, we match the color, make some damage, little groove like you get the groove in your hardwood floors. So you're just gonna melt the product that stick into the damage. It's gonna just heat up. We're gonna put our cooling plate on there, press all the air out. The kit comes with a polymer block that will not hurt any finish. So we build it up, flatten it out, can't even see it. Repair done. And it is for high traffic areas, and it is a permanent fix.
So you could potentially even use that as an accenting component if you wanted to make, say, fake grain, or if you wanted to make it look distressed, but just change a different color to make it accent what was originally
Most definitely
there.
And you can mix the colors onto the flattening block and melt it into the damage. There's all kinds of options that you can do with this thing.
All right, well, there you go. And these we have two hard fill kits ready to go right out of the gate, and these were put together by us. They are custom for us, and they literally will cover every color in the furniture industry. So if you're doing any kind of furniture or flooring repair, both of these kits will be the way to go. And this is the Mohawk booth. If you're in the area, come on down. And of course, they've got touch-up pins, aerosols, and epoxy sticks, everything else under the sun for doing any kind of touch-up or repair.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Mike.
No, I'm going to keep this.
See, I'm not tech savvy.
All right, folks. So that was the Mohawk booth. They are here at the show live today. So if you are in the area, come on down, ask him some questions, and they will be glad to answer them and demonstrate that once again. If you've got any touch-up, filler, or any kind of product question about any of the other products in their lineup. So Mohawk finishes.
All right.
Let's continue on down. We do have some new things at the show today. We've got the carving competition. Don't forget this afternoon that we will be announcing live the winners of our Carve It Up USA 23 sweepstakes. And full line of Bessie clamps on display. Come by and ask them questions. They'll be glad to answer anything you got on it. Triton is certainly set up as well. And normally the Craig booth was slammed most of yesterday. Today it has lightened up a little bit. So they're here to answer questions and, of course, sell you anything you might need in the Craig lineup. And what good would woodworking be if we didn't have books? So Taunton Press is here. We've got quite a lot of options here in the Taunton Press line. So if you're into reading and learning that way, Taunton Press booth is here, as well as the Michelle Parsons booth if you're specifically looking at pyrography and wood burning. We got a lot of books and stuff on display there in her booth. in the Coldwood booth. And we're going to be back at the Grex booth today. We had an interview yesterday and discussed the sprayers. Today, we're going to look at the drill kit, the touch-up kit, the sander kit.
Are we live?
We are live.
Hi, my name is Lee. I'm with Rex. Today we want to talk about the AOS 368 kit. This kit is now featuring,
You can clip that on if you want.
it'll be easier for me.
Yeah, keep your hands free.
So our AOS 368 kit now has our 3mm random orbit sander with a 2-inch pad. We also include the 1-inch pad, the 3-inch pad, a 5-inch extension, a 3-inch extension for a total of 8 inches. This is allowing the turners, the carvers, and everybody else to get down into very fine sanding. We partnered with the Klingspor abrasives. They're providing us with 1-inch, 2-inch, 3-inch abrasives from 60 grit to 2000 grit. So we not only do woodworking, we'll do the automotive as well as aircraft finishing. So it's a great product. $198 is the price on this kit here. And come on down and see us.
Okay, so for those of you who are used to using the electric drills, you'll find out that this is a pneumatic product, so you do need air to use it. But the benefit of the air is you're not going to have the issue like you do with an electric drill of that dust getting into the motor and causing you all the problems. So this is going to give you a lot longer life and service over that of an electric drill, and going to give you a little more torque as well. So, all right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we go, the Grex lineup. And it looks like we've got Sterling Davis here talking to someone about this new Rikon scroll saw. We've had quite a few people come up and really brag on how well built this thing is and the quality behind that. So looks like there's some more competition on the scroll saw front and at a much better price point and very nice looking scroll saw. So let's go see if we can't make our way into the carving area, which yesterday we couldn't see. Let's come down here one more time. Got the folks at Maker U and Arbortech. We will be announcing live today the winner of the sweepstakes right here inside the Arbortech booth. So stay tuned later this afternoon. We'll come up, we'll give details on the time, but I believe it's going to be somewhere around 3 o'clock. We may change that, I'm not sure. We'll let you know. But in the meantime, this is where we'll be to announce the live winners of the Carve It Up 23 sweepstakes. So let's go check out this carvings now that the participants have all got their carvings on display. Work our way down the line. We'll start over here and work our way back. Looks like they are being judged even as we speak. Give you a little zoom in just a touch. So they've got these broken down into categories. This is youth age 11 and under. Category of walking sticks and canes. There's quite a bit of detail on some of those. Another category of animals. Ages 15 to 17 on the duck carving. That's really well done. Short birds. the birds of prey. Very good detail on these eagles and ravens, whatever else was over there. Ornaments. Caricature group. So we've got quite a cool little scene going on there with milk and the dog. More knots, caricature less than and greater than 8 inches. Let's see if we can't find our way around to see some more. This table is much like the previous ones. Mike, it's getting a little crowded in here. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to hang out, but there are some nice ones over here that I want to see. See if we can't get the folks a good shot of it. Here we go. We'll pan down the table, come back. Look at the detail in that one. That's the blue ribbon, so that got first place. Love the bass right behind it. Lots of detail. First place. Fish scene there. Wondered what in catching the big ones, what fishing in the right spot. And of course, we've got the soap carving over here. So, looks like they're going to be working until 3 today. So, if you're interested in soap carving, bring your kids down, or you come down yourself. How to carve soap. Look at a familiar face. Keep him off the camera. Might be. Let's see what we got here. See if I can't make a little U-turn here. Some very detailed pieces. The rows are getting a little snug right here. I'm going to try to get over here to the last piece. Get a little close up to that. That did get first hit, so that's a lot going on with that one. Turn back. We're taking up quite a bit of floor space here as we go down the aisle. will get out of people's way. Well, hopefully that gave you an idea of some of the carving and talent some of the people have. Okay, so there we go, folks. That was the carving section. That was the competition that was going on. So what's left to see this morning at the show? We got Jerry over here carving, turning a hat again. If you missed yesterday, we got a few snippets of his specialty at work. Let's see if we can't sneak behind, catch a little bit of that again. Maybe. He's measuring something.
And what I'm doing here is I'm just measuring up the size of blank that I actually need.
Let's see if we can't go to get a better angle.
And we'll be ready to go with the hat.
So there you go, a little behind the scenes of Jerry. Turning the hat. Morris is up there sharpening on the Tormek. Looks like he's got some old chisels, making them new again. Beauty of the Tormek is not only is it going to be repeatable, but that quality is going to be there every single time. And man, it will be razor sharp. check out what's going on inside the jet automatic booth. If you missed our interview yesterday with Tom regarding the General Finishes hard wax oil, definitely go back and check that out. Great information on that new product line. Jerry still knocking down that bowl for the hat. Knocking down the wood for the hat, rather, sorry. Do have the DeWalt here, and of course the Sheelix head. So if interested in a planer, know that you can come down and grab the planer and get that Sheelix cutter head to go along with it. And that cutter head will certainly allow you to make much cleaner cuts, being that each of those cutters are independent and can be changed as needed. And also rotated to gain another sharp edge. So you get 4 sharp edges total on a set of cutters. If you're not familiar with the Rikon turning tools, they have a whole line of cutters and handles, and these handles are weighted, so it makes life real easy and reduces a lot of fatigue and the vibration that occurs when you're trying to hog out a lot of material on some of the bigger projects. Everything from the little lathes all the way to the big ones, Rikon's got them all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you need to come over and get in here for the next one.
Tell us about it.
I'm not really good at it.
Like everybody else, just pretend it's not here.
Yeah, I don't break the camera. All of a sudden, it's so good. I'm not out front guy.
Well, if you're not familiar with Festool, then I don't know what rock you've been hiding under. The Festool has got a huge array of different tools, machinery, doing tools and accessories that will really help out your woodworking. And they've got some new products coming that are some of the battery operated. It's just crazy. This new reciprocating saw is fantastic. So even the battery operated table saw, that's one of the newer products on your market line. And I'm sure that if we asked, you would give us a demonstration on how all that works, right? You just clip that right to your shirt and just talk like I'm a customer. How's that? There's no camera. You're talking to me.
Okay, so you want me to go through the whole thing, or what do you want me
Sure,
to do?
that works. I don't think we've had anything on this side.
All right, so I'll be off camera, right?
Okay, that'll work.
Okay. Yes, this is our new contractor site cordless table saw, cutting height 1 7/8 inch, and fits into our sustainer footprint. We have the ability to fold this down, and it fits right into our standard sustainer box. We have a fence to do 11-inch rip cuts. The fence locks on both sides to give you a very, very straight cut. We have a sliding table here with a lock. Very nice to clamp workpiece in and run it down, and just give you a really nice cut with a smooth glide on your table. But the real technology upgrade here is with our stepper motors, which are digitally controlled. And so we have the ability to go in and select a height and dynamically change that height as your cutting piece requires. So with each click, we're doing a millimeter, but we even have the ability to go in and do 1/10 of a millimeter, which would be 1/256 in imperial. So that's the precision we can get with this stepper motor. Also, we can go in and we can change the angle on the blade. We can go -10, or we can go plus up to 45. And again, we can go in with precision and do 1/10 of a degree as we press in there. And then we can go in and we can save the setup, so we can have multiple setups saved. If you're doing multiple parts, you can switch back and forth from one part to the other because you've had your height and your angle saved previously. So come into your nearest Klingspor, take a look at this table saw and see if it'll work for you.
There you go. And that is running off 2 batteries mounted on the outside over on the left-hand side. And all of that, let me pan back out. All of that with that clamshell will fold down on there, and it folds up. So it's actually a stand and a cart and a sustainer all in one. So everything just boxes up and maintains into one easy to transport, lightweight product. Look at that.
Oop, pull up.
So there you go. Got the clamshell on, and then you just literally break the stand down with the wheels. Take that anywhere on the job site you might need to go. Be ready to roll. So obviously with the other sustainer options that are available, other tools that are available, there's literally nothing you can't do on the job site with the Festival product. So, all right, well, we thank you for letting us know.
You're good at that. Yeah. Just to get all my stuff falling out of the sustainer.
It all works. Hey, if it was perfect, then who else would be doing it, right? Nobody. I mean, nobody's doing it. No. All right, so we like to have fun, pick around. Known a lot of these folks quite a while, so certainly enjoyable to come to the show, to see these vendors the year after year and interact with them, kind of see what's new on the horizon. Lots of knowledge with these folks. These vendors, these men and women are just fantastic. If you've got questions about any of the products, they are extremely knowledgeable about them and can help you. So you got a little time left today. Come on down to the show. Check it out. Free admission, free parking, free apples. And we'll migrate our way back over here towards the Klingspor booth. Take a look at this wall of sandpaper. All right, and we do have a lot of other things where the vendors may not be here, like we've got some safety stuff. We've got glue on display. I will show you one of the really, really cool items that's new to us is this dust stopper kit. If you're looking to do some separation, this dust separation, this is a really, really good item for like a shop vac type setup, and it will certainly separate those shavings to minimize how often you've got to replace your bag in your shop vac. We've got quite a few things here. We've also got a bunch of bandsaw blades, all your standard sizes, other safety products like the Sunstrom. I've got a few carbide burrs and some non-woven products over here. So come on down and check out some of the other aisles that are not necessarily in a vendor booth, but we've got a lot of products on display. Upcoming, I can see right away, we've got CA glue. So if you're in the market for CA glue, we've got you covered.
I never knew you were going in that area.
So we've got CA glue going here. You can see there if you're interested in any kind of the stick, medium, thin. We do have the stick fast over here ready to be sold. Busy that direction, so we'll go this way. Some one-way vari-grind sharpening systems, as well as more glue, seal tight, so ending grain sealer, more CA glue, lots of stuff going on, epoxy. We've got the epoxy up here for sale. So come on down, check out these off little island aisles. You might find something you need that you didn't know you needed, but you've been needing it for a while. So come on down and check it out. So we're going to make our way back to the booth, and I believe Mike's probably got some other videos we're going to play right after this. We will come back live shortly with some other things. And in the meantime, if you've got any questions about anything we're seeing that you don't see, that you want to see, drop us a little comment down below. Let us know. We'll try to work out some interviews with some folks later, and hopefully we'll get some interviews for you with some key names like maybe Sterling Sharp. I know we might have someone else in there. I don't know. We'll see. So let me try to see what I can get worked out, get some key names in there for you, and go from there. I do want to try to get over here to the Arbortech booth and show off some of their products, have them maybe describe that. But every time I get ready to, they are busy. Just 1 second here. Okay, so I'm standing here just in front of our little banner here. So come on down to the show, look for me, say hey, everybody else has it. Doesn't matter whether we're live or not. Just pull on my shirt and give me a wave. Well, this is Chris. We're going to sign off for this particular part of the moment. Mike's going to play some videos, and we'll come back shortly and hopefully have some more content for you. See you soon.
Meet Shaper Origin, an intuitive handheld CNC router that brings digital precision to the craft of woodworking. Origin has a few tricks up its sleeve. Use steer Origin while it makes the necessary real-time adjustments to ensure clean and accurate results. With its easy-to-use touchscreen interface, you can quickly create designs on the spot or upload existing plans. And it's small enough that you can use Origin in the shop or take it with you on site. With Origin, traditional workflows become easier and more reliable. Create fine furniture or cabinetry, cut perfect box joints and inlays, and upgrade your workshop by using Origin alongside existing tools. There are 3 basic steps to working with Origin: scan, design, and cut. Using a marker system to orient itself, Origin is able to create a map on your work surface where you can place your digital files. Create designs on the tool itself, no computer or programming required, or select from the existing design software you already use. You can also download plans and gather inspiration from Shaper Hub, your source for the finest Origin-ready woodworking projects. Place your design using the intuitive on-tool controls. When cutting, you simply steer Origin while it makes the necessary real-time adjustments to ensure clean and accurate results. Stray too far outside the line, and the spindle will automatically and safely retract. By combining Origin with Shaper Workstation, you can align and clamp your work with speed and precision. tackle even the most difficult projects with ease. With this complete system, you can create accurate mortise and tenon joinery, perfect box joints, and easily fixture difficult pieces. Sometimes you want to just get stuff done. And with on-tool design, you can create precision cuts without ever touching a computer. Using offsets, you can even sneak up on a cut for that perfect fit. Hardware installation is a breeze. With Origin, you can bring CNC to the job, not the other way around. Work anywhere at almost any scale. And by combining Origin with existing tools in your workflow, you can also speed up your production. It's time to upgrade your workshop and unlock your potential. Find out why more professionals rely on Shaper Origin to take their business to the next level by visiting shapertools.com.
Hey everybody, it's Daryl from Dreadnought Woodshop. I'm here at Klingspor Woodworking Shop's Woodworking Extravaganza. We're going to be doing it virtual this year, and I'm going to be here today sharing with you guys some awesome products from Robert Sorby. Can you edit that? Yeah, those ones where where the legs, you know, it's got the multi-position legs. You can also do things like you could put, you can move them independent of each other, so you can have one of them laid out if you needed it to lay back at an angle, or if you had to set it up on something on ground that's not real stable. Yeah. And they make some inexpensive ones that'll do that. But you just got to know that's what you're looking for. Funny thing about me is I'm not much of a bowl turner. Put some shape on this thing.
I think one of the most important things in this day and age is to create a style that is unique, create a style that is individual to you. This allows us to not have to compete against CNC machines in China And it's very important to have something that people spot and go, that is a Joy Brigham piece. Certain tools really allows me to do that. I'm always on the search for these tools, and when I find it, it's great to have in my back pocket for when I need it. I love the tools that do a job that no other tool can do. For me, I feel like a cut saw is the opposite of a CNC or a huge machine. It really allows the user to put their own stamp on it, give each piece character and soul. With the dish and disc, it allows you to take off a lot of material quickly, yet you still have that control. Now the burrs, very much more of a detailed application. You're able to get in those specific areas with all the different grits, really allows you to focus on those hard to get areas. With the rasp, it really allows you to clean up those parts with ultimate control, with just your hands doing the shaping, which I always love, being able to be completely controlled when you need it the most. Cut saw allows me to be unconventional, and for me, that's everything in this industry.
Hey, Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today, we're going to extend on our CNC series, and we're going to talk about you bought one, now what? Because a lot of times once you decide on a machine, you bring it home, you're really not sure what accessories or tools or additional things you might want to have available to work your projects. So we're going to talk a little bit about just some of those things today. Obviously, every tool on here does not need to be used, and there are some tools not on here that you may want for your particular application. So let's dive right in. So first thing we're going to talk about is, well, you got a CNC, you are going to need some bits. Well, we've kind of taken a lot of the guesswork out of that game for you. We've talked about these at length before. These are these custom sets that we've had made through Amana. These are fantastic. We have two sets that are 4-piece sets, and the only difference between the two is this surfacing bit here. So each bit has an 1/8 inch, a 1/4 inch, and a 60-degree V bit. So the 1/8 inch and the 1/4 inch end mills are down cut, and then we've just swapped out this 1/2 inch surfacing bit for a 1/4 inch surfacing bit. So depending on which machine you've got, you may not have the capability of using a 1/2 inch shank. Well, then the AMS 001 will be the way to go. If you do have a 1/2 inch shank option, well, then the AMS 002. Well, maybe you don't need a surfacing bit. So what we've done is we've packaged this really cool 8-piece set, and that certainly will get it done. This has a 1/16, 1/8, and 1/4 inch end mills, both up and down cut, as well as a 60-degree and a 90-degree V bit. The beauty of this is you open the box, you got everything you need really to get started in just about any kind of CNC work you plan on doing. So we've got these sets pre-made, ready to go. And of course, we sell a full array of all of those bits separately as well. So whether you're looking for a Klingspor bit, a Amana bit, Freud bit, we've got you covered on all those bases. We carry all these end mills, and as you can see, this is a high quality carbide bit here. This happens to be the Klingspor RD2100. This is their 1/4 inch bit, 1/4x1. Nice little bit to have on hand. So we do have those. If you're starting to dabble and you want to get into 3D work, well, we do carry a full array of these bits here as well. These little tapered ball nose. We've got these anywhere from 1/4 inch standard ball nose all the way down. Let me see if I can get that a little better for you. All the way down to the 1/32 ball nose. Full line of these, especially in the Spectra. I love these, are my go-to bits. So anything in between, we've got you covered on those. When you get into the bits, anything from 1/4 to half, all your standard bits are available through woodworkingshop.com. You can check out our catalog. You can come into one of the local stores and we'll be happy to help you out, answer any questions you have on any of the bits that we offer. But bits are definitely top of the list. And well, like the name said, like it's all the old phrase always says, you get what you pay for. The higher quality bits are a little more expensive, but you get longer life, better cut quality, and overall better performance. So in my opinion, the higher quality bits are worth their money. So moving on from the bits, the other thing we want to talk about is some of the common tools you might need. That can range in a variety of things, but the most common tool that I find myself using is a vernier caliper. Now you can get these in a dial. You can also get them in digital. This particular one, and I'll see if I can't turn this on and we'll let you see what that looks like. You can see this is a nice digital readout. This is available in both metric and fraction, as well as the decimal. You just simply change the button to get your different readout. And that's very handy because a lot of times in CNC, you do have to be able to adapt and adjust your workpiece to the different material settings. So if you've got this thing set at a certain thickness in your software, this enables you to make sure that your part is in fact measured accordingly. So a vernier caliper is definitely one of the tools that I recommend. Obviously a tape measure. We talked about these not long ago. This is one of those really cool bilingual tape measures that reads both in standard as well as metric. So some machines are set up in metric. So it's handy to have this. So you got inch on top, metric on the bottom. We do have these in the catalog and on the website. So feel free to check those out. If you're in a good market for a tape measure, a lot of benefits to these little fast cap. Not only are you getting a decent tape measure that reads all different ways, but you're also getting a pencil sharpener as well as a writing surface right here on the front. So check out the tape measures and all the different measuring tools you might need for your CNC application. You won't use these much, but occasionally you do need a little square. We've got these little tri-squares here that work pretty good. We also carry a full array of various traditional squares and different arrangements accordingly. If you do a lot of work and you're using tabs to hold your part, we carry something as basic as this little trim saw. This works good for cutting those tabs free, as well as a full range of all of the fine multi-master tools and the different blades that are available for that. If you wanted to go a little more power, I personally like that option myself, a little faster, a little quicker. So an array of tools, you're going to find that we've got everything you need there, whether it's measuring, marking, or just keeping everything square, we got you covered. Moving on from the tools, well, you got to have a way of holding your part down to your machine. Now, when you start getting into that, that'll vary depending on what kind of table you have, which we'll talk about that shortly. But the benefit of knowing how you're going to hold it down is important. Are you going to clamp it down, or are you going to use some sort of cam system and clamp it in? Either way you go, we've got you covered. Whether you want to buy a clamp or whether you want to make your own, that's also an option. So we're going to cover just some of the clamping options that we do have available ready to go. So we carry a couple of different clamps right out of the gate. These are very economical options. These are traditional hold downs. As you can see, these are the ones that came with this particular shark. The big difference is, well, this is a little bigger. It's got this little rubberized end on it. We do carry these in our stores and in our catalog. And what you'll find with this is just a standard steel clamp. It is slightly bent, just like this is. It does come with your knob as well as your bolt to be able to slide that into most of your tracks. So we've got these available. We also have this little cam clamp. This is available in quarter 20. One of the nice things about this is, and I'll maybe try to get you a little closer up shot, as you can see, this all operates off of this little pivot right there. And that allows you to cam up or cam down to lock your part in. Now, you would put something in between this. For instance, if you were making your own clamp, you would run this part and then you would put the bolt up through there to lock that down on your workpiece. So there's a lot of versatility with these little cam clamps. They're real quick as opposed to having to constantly unscrew and screw down a nut to tighten it down. This is just once you get it close, you can cam that up and cam that down, and you're in and out if you're doing a lot of production type work. So having the clamps available certainly works. If you get into that, we offer the Axiom clamps as well. And as you can see, they're very similar to the ones that come with the Shark. Little nicer knob, but they don't have the nice dipped end, but they are rounded on the end. That's kind of important. And instead of having a square surface, say like with this clamp here, you can see this is nice and rounded, whereas this is square. That does give you the flexibility to have a little variance as your part is adjusted up or down. You can make these little wooden clamps. I happen to make these quite often. And as you can see, it's just got a little bird's mouth right here. And that literally will just clamp right down on your workpiece. So if this is my workpiece, this would clamp right there and allow me to have, full functionality and adjust this accordingly. Now, if I have plenty of room, I can really torque that over on it and lock that down very well. So whether you're making your own or you want something that we offer, in one of the packs, we've got you covered, and we can get these for you at woodworkingshop.com or, like, again, through the catalog. So as far as clamping and holding down, you've got these mechanical here that are purchased. You can make something simple like this. Also, if you've got a part that maybe you can't have clamps on because for whatever reason, you need to have full access to the whole surface of your workpiece. Well, in that case, you're going to go to the old standard, either double-sided tape, or you can use the painter's tape and the CA glue method. And I'll kind of explain both of these. Now, this particular roll is a 2-inch wide. This is much heavier than the 3/4-inch wide roll that we normally offer that you'll see on our website. We do offer these. This is available. You can order this through our phone lines or in our local stores. This is a wider 2-inch roll, and it's a much thicker tape than the thinner 3/4. The reason being is it's traditionally going to hold a larger surface workpiece, or it needs to be held down much tighter, especially if you're running an end mill around your part. So this is available. I love this. I use this in my shop all the time. If you don't want to deal with the whole double-sided tape, well, you can go with the painter's tape and the CA glue. We happen to offer our painter's tape here, the Klingspor tape, in 2-inch wide as well as 1-inch wide. And how that traditionally would work, and I'll give you a quick demo of that just as a quick tip in the video, if I can get the tape to come off. What you would do is, if you were going to be taping, maybe, guess I should have started that first. All right. So if we were going to tape this piece, for instance, we would run a piece of tape on this part like that. We would run another piece of tape wherever we're going to place that on the table, like so. Then we would take this piece, we would take some medium. I prefer the medium. It's much better for this application. We could just put a couple of dots of medium on this part. We'd simply roll that over, and we would press it down and hold it for a few seconds. And then what happens is you have the tape here protecting your table. You have the tape here protecting your part. And the end result is the two pieces of tape then are bonded together. When you're all done, it pops off just like double-sided tape. You get one side started, pop it off. Traditionally, one of these two is going to come with the other, and then you just peel it off of each piece, and your part's clean, your table's clean, and, well, it got held down long enough for you to be able to properly run your part. Okay? So if you're going to use hold downs, the CA glue works. We do offer the accelerator as well if you wanted to go that route. The Klingspor tape for the painter's tape, we also have that double-sided here. So either way you go, whether it's a clamp or tape, we've got you covered in the CNC world. Now, these also work for a variety of other applications too. So it's not just CNC. Keep that in mind as you're walking through. Now, when you start getting into the different table options, some CNC manufacturers, like the Axiom, are going to provide you with a strip of MDF already on the table. That's very helpful. That's handy. That's what's called a waste board or a spoil board. All right, some do not offer that. For instance, the Shark here. The Shark gives you a plain table, and it gives you the versatility to make whatever kind of table you want. No matter what, you're always going to want some kind of substrate on top of this aluminum top that's on your CNC. And the reason being is if you cut through your part, you don't want to cut into this aluminum. So whether you make a strip that would apply on top like that and you run a different fasteners, or whether you make more of a slab style that would be you make the piece exactly what your cutting capacity is and it takes up the whole table. Well, if you do that, then you've got to make your own tracks. So if you go with a strip, you can make your strip wide enough and still allow for a few of these slots between each of the strips, which is helpful for being able to run things like bolts, hold downs, clamps, things like that. So when you start looking at the table options, I prefer the strip, other people prefer the slab. It's really a matter of your personal preference. So if you were to go with the slab, one option that we've seen a lot of folks kind of turn to is the micro jig system. If you wanted to go with more of a traditional slab with just holes for being able to put your hold downs, we do offer a variety of these little T-nuts as well as these threaded inserts, both of which do very well for that application. These would be inserted in from the bottom, and then when you screw down from the top, it locks everything together. These are just threaded in. If you're going to use an MDF surface, I don't recommend these threaded inserts. They pull out too easily. So we've got these options as well as a full array of different wing knobs and star knobs, all kinds of things to be able to help you properly hold it down to your work surface. We also offer these, which if you wanted to stick with the traditional T-slots that come with your table, we offer a variety of these to be able to make your strips. We've got these that mount on the bottom. These are the sliding T-nuts, and I don't know if this will give you a better view or not, but you can see it's got a washer style head that's elongated, and on the other end, it's more of a post like that. And that post will stick up through there and allow you to really get access through your strip to be able to screw that down to your part. And then just like a T-bolt, what that does is it'll slide in, then you're screwing down to it, and it locks it all down tight. That's the nice thing about the system, and with all the different things that we offer, is it's completely versatile based on how you want to set up your CNC. There's no right or wrong way. There is, but that's all opinion. But so ideally, even if you went with something like the micro jig system and you did a full slab and you went with micro jig, keep in mind with this system, one of the things you'd have to be aware of is if you ever surface that, you would have to rework your dovetail slot accordingly. So just keep that in mind if you went with a system like this. Now, the micro jig, if you went with that, they have a very comparable setup. It's almost like a T-slot. And I'll see if I can't get you a good view of this. They've got these little hardware pieces. This one happens to be a fixture piece with a bolt that's sticking up. They also offer these where it's just these parts that you can run a screw or bolt down into them. So the micro jig is very versatile as well. I use it a lot in my shop, but as far as CNC goes, they do offer options for that as well. Now, moving on from your workpiece or from your table and the different tools. So you've carved your piece. Now what? You want to finish it, right? Well, there's things you got to do. Well, first, you want to make sure that you're following very good safety practices. And one way would be to, keep a product like this. This is the Dust Begone mask. Any respiratory product will work well for you. Whatever you're comfortable with, and you may already have it, hopefully. But get you something that's respiratory, because a lot of the woods and parts that you may be cutting, well, you don't want to be breathing that. And some of those, especially some of the exotic woods, can have very adverse effects on your lungs and your respiratory system. And sometimes you're very allergic to them. So get you something that's going to help you breathe properly. But beyond that, there's some other products. If you wanted to do multiple painting options on your finish, we do have a product here called Auramask. Now, how Auramask works is you would either paint your original surface, and then you apply the Auramask like so. Once you apply it, then you carve away all of your piece. And then while the Auramask is still applied, and you can see a little example here, this allows you free reign to your actual part that was just cut away. So from there, you're able to paint it, stain it, whatever you want to do. And then when you're done, you can peel the ore mask away and you're left with a very, very clean surface. And I think I can get you probably a really clean shot right there. You can see that is very crisp. I don't think I had to sand anything with this. I think I just peeled the ore mask off and let it go. Now there's a couple of options when it comes to what you put inside of this cutaway piece. Now, my preference is typically a spray lacquer or enamel. I love, the right one, I do love this Mohawk enamel. I'm a huge fan of that. I think it goes on quick, it dries fast, but again, it is toxic. So if you use that, you want to make sure that you are wearing some kind of respiratory, probably something better than that. So when you get into the finished side, you can do finishes with something like this that are spray lacquers or enamels, and they spray on quick and they dry fast. Or you can go with something a little more traditional. We got a whole array of different milk paints. You're very familiar with General Finishes. This happens to be their Klein Blue. This is a newer line that we brought in from the Real Milk Paint. This happens to be their Deep Coral or Deep Sapphire. Yeah, Deep Sapphire. The nice thing about all of these is they're very good, very easy to use. The Real Milk Paint is actually was recently certified kid safe. So if you're going to make a lot of wooden toys, this might be a good option for you to look into. They got a whole array of colors and work really well for CNC applications. So if you cut your part away and you wanted to just use a nice milk paint to do your lettering, you could certainly do that. It dries fast, and whenever it's done drying, you simply peel that ore mask off. So this all works together in conjunction with each other to make your CNC experience even that much better. And if you start getting into some more unique things like, say, 3D carving with a lot of different contours and shapes as part of the workpiece, don't forget we offer a full array of Klingspor mops. I'm a huge fan of these sanding stars. I believe in my shop, it saves me so much time having these stars on hand to be able to sand a lot of these parts. Now, I like to use these while the part is still on the CNC. One, it's clamped down, so it makes it really easy for me to do what I need to do. And so I'm a huge fan of these. So if you're looking for anything related to CNC or even any kind of woodworking in general, don't forget, Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, we likely have it and even more than what you'd ever want. So hopefully this gives you just a taste of just some of the things that you could do or look for if you've bought your machine, you got it home, and you're ready to start carving. Maybe these are some of the other tools you want to look at to maybe add to your arsenal. They're all going to benefit you, and I think hopefully this video will help to give you some understanding of what was available and maybe inspired you to get out there and maybe get carving. Well, this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Most of these things will be available at woodworkingshop.com. If not, you can call us at 800-228-0000. And I'm always available if you've got questions. You can go to our chat line, usually available during the week to answer those, and as well as through phone. And if you're interested in your local, for sure, keep an eye out for different classes. If you're interested in CNC and you want a class at one of your local stores, reach out to that store and we'll make sure we get something scheduled for you, because we got a lot of questions on CNC and classes seem to be very popular. Well, again, this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, and I guess this is You Bought One, Now What? We'll see and see you later. Hey everybody, Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today, we're going to be showing all about this 3 horsepower water-cooled spindle from NextWave. This is the new one. This is the upgrade from the 2 horsepower. Still runs on 110, gives you all the benefits of the half-inch and quarter-inch collet, but you also get the fact that you can run this thing on the machine, no more buckets, no more hoses running off to the side. So let's get started. We'll start with sort of how we've got everything laid out. I've already unboxed it, and you can see the parts and stuff on the table here. Obviously, it starts here with the E-Cool system from them. This will get mounted on the back side of the gantry. We've got the VFD system here. That'll get mounted down somewhere close to the control box. And in some of the other parts and pieces that are included are the mount that go on the machine. So we'll replace this old one. You got your 1/4 and 1/2 inch collet, got a set of wrenches, and of course the bolts to be able to mount that to the machine. And none of this would work without the spindle. So of course we've got this 3 horsepower spindle sitting here on the table ready to go. A lot of cables and parts. Of course, can't forget the owner's manual. That's a crucial part of the equation. And there are some tools you're going to need. You will need a Phillips, a flathead, and a number 5 or 5 millimeter Allen wrench. And something you'll have to probably go out and purchase is the propylene glycol. you will need to pick this up. This can be found at most of your auto parts stores without any problems. But you will need the propylene glycol. Don't use regular radiator fluid or a coolant that would go in your car. This is a marine grade product. Make sure that it is the propylene glycol. You can also use distilled water, but this is better, especially in cases where you know you're going to run into cold temperatures in the wintertime. Nice hot pink color, so should be very visible once we start getting this rolling through. So let's get started with the assembly. I'm going to stick that down below the table, get this box out of the way, and let's kind of see what we've got. First things first, what they recommend in the manual is to mount the E-Cool, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way so it's completely off the table and not in the way of what I'm trying to do. Pretty excited about this. I've been waiting to see this 3 horsepower spindle for quite some time. This is going to be a nice add-on to this machine. And if you're curious why it's important to do the upgrade for a spindle, well, if you've ever ran a router, they're ungodly loud. And they're loud enough when they're down on a workbench. It's even worse when they're up high like this and right in your face. So the benefit of completely getting rid of that loud router is going to be nice. The spindles run so smooth and so quiet, and they can run for prolonged periods of time with minimal issues. One, because this is water cooled, and two, that's what spindles are designed for. The nice thing about this is this comes with an actual spindle, CNC spindle collet system. So it's a snap system instead of using a traditional collet like what's on the router. So get this completely out of the way. Now I'm free to do a little bit of work. So unlike most men, I do read the owner's manual. One, because you may miss something if you just start throwing stuff on there, and I hate doing things twice. So I like to at least browse through there, especially with something like this where there's going to be electronics and cables and wires ran. So it is important to at least understand and read through this a little bit, sort of like wearing safety stuff in your shop. So as I look through this, they do say the first thing they want to do is mount this E-Cool on the back side of the gantry. So what we're going to do is we're going to rotate this around. And I'm going to bring this E-Cool system around to the back side. There are 4 screws that hold this housing on. So you're going to want to take your Phillips screwdriver, and you don't want to take them out, but you do want to loosen them just a little bit. So I'm going to loosen these 4 screws. And you want to be careful pulling this lid off because it is connected inside here with this cable. Now, you can disconnect this cable if you need to, and I think for this purpose, I'm going to do so, just so I don't have this in the way and risk doing some damage to the wiring. There are 2 T-nuts on the back side of this. This is going to get mounted up here, so this is what we want to do first. So we're going to take this and slide this assembly right into this T-slot, and it might require me to take this Phillips and loosen this a little bit. All right, so I think I see what my problem is. There we go. Loosen this one. I want to make sure these aren't engaging. So I'm going to go ahead and close these track clamps down because I don't want them in the way. And this needs to mount somewhere on this far right side. What works best is there's 2 screws holding the gantry onto the back of the gantry supports. So I'm going to slide this right up next to that and give myself just a little clearance. Then I'm going to come in here and tighten these up. Now, on the back, you've got this cable track that's running the length of your machine. These hoses need to be able to mount in this track and run up and across to this back side of this. Well, obviously, you don't want to start these hoses far back because it creates a pinch point. So what I'm going to do is I've popped these open so it makes it easier for me to track them. And I'm going to run these hoses right in this track with the existing hose. I want to make sure there's plenty of room here and not going to create any problems. And I think that's pretty good. So I'm going to lock that in place. So one of those is at least down. And you can hear the snap. So now those are kind of locked in place. I'm going to give myself just a little bit of slack so I know I'm good to go. feed these straight across, trying to be neat with the wiring and the cables. Go ahead and find another one here that I can lock down. And at this point, it's probably safe to close those, but I'm going to leave them open because I have a feeling I may need them later. So let's go ahead and get these ran all the way up to the back side of this motor, and I'm just going to let them hang over there for just a moment. Now, with that being done, we could do a number of things. We'll see what the manual suggests we do from here. All right, we've got that mounted. That's ran. We've got the track cable. We've got the hoses ran. Now it's talking about removing the router mount, which we've already done, and installing the spindle mount. So we're going to leave this set on the back side of the machine. We're going to spin this around and start working on the spindle mount now. Make sure everything's still going to be lined up. Looks good. Yep. All right, so grab this. And this does include 4 new bolts for that spindle mount because this is a different, it's a different size than what came on it. And I'll show you the 2 just so you can see. So you can see these 2 are clearly a little bit deeper. The nice thing about this is they give you everything you need. So you've got all your hardware ready to go. Now, one side of this is solid. The other side is loose. What I mean by that is this piece is all one solid piece, and there's a gap right here that allows you to tension that up. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to get 2 of these kind of started. And I'm going to try to fully tension or mostly tension this left side. Now, this would be a good time, if this would be your machine, to get a tramming jig and make sure that this is trammed properly before you fully install it. In this case, I'm going to come back later and do that, and maybe we'll showcase how to go about tramming a spindle or tramming a CNC. But for now, we just want to get this installed. And that's close enough for now. I don't want these tight because I want to be able to get that spindle in there. But I do want them snug. Now, you'll notice that if you look at the overhead, you can see that there's a main connection point and then 2 hose outlets. What I want to do is I want to install this with those 2 hose outlets on the left side if you're facing the gantry. So let me undo this a little more. This is pretty snug. I'm going to take a flat head and just kind of open that gap up just a little bit. And I am holding the spindle tight because I certainly don't want that to just come crashing down. Now, you can bring that down to just about anywhere you need. Feel free to adjust this up and down. For here, I'm going to allow, about 2 fingers widths. Obviously, the further down you go, the less clearance you're going to get with your gantry when it raises back up. But I also don't want this, sticking way up here with minimal support. So I'm going to mount it in about right there with just a little bit of gap down at the bottom. And you do want to make sure this is tight. And again, this is a great time to tram this. And if you're not sure what that means, is making sure that it is perfectly perpendicular to the table in this, or to the gantry in this way, as well as this way. So it might require shims or adjustment of the system. And all that would be done with the tramming jig that has an indicator on it, whether it be digital or dial. That's what you'd want to use to tram that up. So the spindle is now mounted. So at this point, we can run hoses and everything else. So let's see what's next on the old owner's manual here. All right, so it starts talking about running the hoses over, and there are 2 hoses, one that has a flow valve, which gives you a visual aid to be able to tell something's going, and the other is just a standard. So what they're recommending is if you've got the motor or the spindle in this orientation, is to put the flow valve on the front. So let's take this off and let's feed this hose. Make sure we don't forget the nut. We're going to feed this hose right over top of that valve. Now, if you find that it's a little snug, it will fit on there. You can take this and warm it up with a torch or some kind of heat gun would be better. But you want to push it all the way down until it seats properly on this little valve right there. And it is seated all the way properly down to this threaded portion. Now I want to come down and just sort of snug this nut down on top of that. And we're going to repeat that process over here with the other hose. Sometimes you got to wiggle that a little bit to get it to seat down over top of that, and it doesn't help the fact that I completely forgot to put the nut on. So let's back off and do that again. Slide that nut on. And get that seated. Slide the nut down, and I'll come back later and get a wrench and tighten those down once I get to that place. All right, so that's on. The flow valve is in place, and we should be good to go there. Now it'll be time to start filling this with that propylene glycol. So let me spin this back around so you can see what I'm doing there. All right, so this is your fill valve. If this is already too snug, feel free to take that off with a flathead. But in this case, I don't think I need it. They recommend a funnel. I don't have one with me. So we'll see if I can't do this the old school way. And I'm just going to put this into an empty container and try to be cautious with how much I put in. Let's see here what they say. Fill the reservoir with water or propylol. Let's see if we can't get this in. And I will go back and snug those connections up before I turn this on. And I am leaking. Take two on that. Okay, so what we identified was from the leak was this line coming off of the reservoir into this initial fitting here. It wasn't quite seated in there. So all I did was I loosened the 4 screws that hold this piece on and made sure that was seated properly. I reattached it to the frame. And if need be, if for some reason this is a pretty tight little bend right here, if need be, you could put some washers on the back side of this if yours would continue to leak. This one seemed to fix the problem. It just needed to be seated properly. I got it all taken care of. I will keep an eye on this, and if it does happen, I will put some kind of washers behind this plate to space this plate out just a little bit. But for now, everything's clean and dry. I've got this reservoir full. We're going to plug this in so that we can start priming this pump to see how that's going to work. So give me just 1 second here. And I'm glad I did put this screw back on, but notice the fluid level, it went down. So what we're going to do is we're going to unplug that. We don't want that pump to run. Fill that up again. And you likely might not have to do this but once or twice.
Alrighty, so we are going to be heading over to Jerry Meesemer as he's turning his cowboy hat.
I went to hike the Grand Canyon a few years ago. I hiked all the way across the north rim to the south rim. About a 3-day trail. Get a friend of mine and his wife. My wife's smart. She don't do stuff like that. Well, the trails ain't real wide. Okay? They're not real wide. They got this one trail on the north rim called Eye of the Needle. And I don't know, anybody ever watch any Tarzan movies? Remember Tarzan? Remember when he threw the natives off? That's about what it reminded me of. Throw them off the cliff. Well, we were trucking it pretty good. My buddy, he was about from here to that wall over there. And of course, if anybody comes across it, they think it's me. There was a rattlesnake. It was a big rattlesnake. I don't like snakes. I hollered at my buddy, and it stopped me dead in the track. And he got his walking stick, extended it out, kind of got the snake on it, threw it off the cliff. Of course, we probably get in trouble for that. I don't know. We got down to the bottom, and there's we call it Phantom Ridge at the bottom of the canyon. Roosevelt had made this campsite down there, and it's just unbelievable down there. There was even a piano down there at one time, at the bottom of the canyon. Well, we were talking to the rangers. They were giving classes down there while we were down there. And I asked them about the rattlesnake, and they said that's the most aggressive rattlesnake there is. You got to be kidding. I'm glad nothing happened. Okay, we are almost at Grim. I gotta get the big caliper. I don't have nothing to gauge this by. I can measure this. So we'll make this 1/8 of an inch. And we'll see how big we are. So when you use a caliper, especially this size, you don't want it to squeak. You know, when you put it in the wood, because if it's touching the wood, all this thing does is get bigger and bigger and bigger. So it can be that big. You know what I mean? So you want to be able to just go down there without. So that's 1/8 all the way down to there. Broke my half price. Yeah. So I'm going to go in. I'm almost to the band. Now all we do is we just do what we've been doing. We just get rid of it. That's it. I'm not doing anything nobody else can do, okay? My son and I, we went, we were at a log cabin school one year. And the instructor said, he says, oh, take the canoe out before class starts. So we said, okay, so this is on a Sunday, you know, and it's called Big Reed Island Creek. It's a creek. So, you know, just easy flow creek. I mean, what I know about creeks. Well, they had floods up there at that time of the year. It was August of 2003. And it was not no creek. It was rip-roaring rapids. So we got in the canoe. Neither one of us really knowing nothing about canoe. No safety stuff. We just get in and go. And there's this big old tree laid across the creek, which at one time you probably could go under it. This time you just slam into it. I mean, that's what we did. So it knocked us out of the boat. We had to pick it up, throw it over to the tree, get back in the creek, start all over again. And then we're going along pretty good. And then we come across big limbs sticking out of the water. And I'm in the back, my son's in the front. I'm about ready to jump this band right here. I jump over this band. That big tree limb was sticking out of the water. And he said, "Oh, don't worry, Dad, we'll get around it." Yeah, he got around it. He was in front of the doggone canoe. Back in, I think it hit me right in the chest, put me off the back of it. So here I got wet again. And we get back on, get back in there. Then we're going a little bit farther. And all of a sudden, anybody ever seen Deliverance? We were whitewater rafting. It was whitewater. And, we made it through the first area. Oh, Dad, we're doing good. Yeah, we're really doing good. Well, we were doing so good, the canoe broke in half. And he went floating down the river. And I was stuck in the middle of it. And it was about that high water, something like that. And my foot was lodged in a rock. But I had the oar. I still had the oar. And my son, he came back up. I mean, he floated down the river for a while. And he come back in, come back up there where I was at, and I was stuck in the middle. I'm coming in after you. I said, "Oh, no, you're not." I knew I'll figure a way to get out. So we finally got out of there. But on the edge of the bank, nothing but rhododendron. I don't know if you guys know anything about rhododendron. You can't really get through it. So I had to get on my belly to get out of there. Then we got up to the gravel road, and we didn't know which way to go, left or right. Okay, my son has more education than I did. Okay, he finished school, I didn't. So he said, "Oh, we need to take a right." And I'm thinking, why would we need to take a right? But I listened to him. So we take a right. He said something about the mailbox numbers. I never heard of that. So I said, "Well, okay." And we take the right, and we walk a long way with my sprained ankle and my oar. Then all of a sudden, I guess we walked probably an hour. We talked this big sign. It says State Road Maintenance Ends. And I'm like, we have hit the wrong way. So we turn around, walk for another hour, and then I'm not, this is the honest truth. I bet you my truck was about from here to that block wall. Because that creek went like this. Oh, God. But we don't know what happened to the canoe. It probably landed. It probably in the Atlantic Ocean. I wouldn't tell my wife about that trip, what happened for a long time. I was afraid she'd kill me. She wouldn't let me go out again. So we've jumped over the band already. And I'm almost to 8. Get it down to 8. The brightness of the lamp is different than the brightness on the rear. Okay, on the head part. Right now I'm orange. I'm going to show you guys what I got right now. Okay, that's what I got right now. See, that's the same color, but it's not an 8/11 inch. This is when you just kind of take a little bit at a time. It's almost a yellowy color when you get from the angle on the side. Show you real fast. I'm almost there. See how yellow? It's getting a little bit yellowery. I guess that's a word. Yellowery. Still a little stuck. I got a buddy. He's a well-known wood turner. He's retired now. He's got pieces in museums and all this kind of stuff. He wanted to learn how to make a hat. They come to my shop, and typically when someone learns, it takes about 8 hours. And he come over there. And I was showing him. I said, okay, you got to get it down to 1/8 of an inch. You got to get it down to 1/8 of an inch. Okay. So he calls me over. Usually when someone's wanting a hat, I'm making a hat too. I have a few lathes. And he calls me over there and says, I got it down to 8. I said, okay. So let me look. Well, it wasn't 8. I said, it's squeaking. You got to get it down to 8. You can't have no pressure on it. So he did that about 2 or 3 times. Then he says, well, I finally got it. I'm down to 8. I said, okay. So I looked at it and I threw the calipers under there. I said, yeah, that looks good. Then I looked at the calipers. I said, you moved it. I said, you can't move the calipers. The ones over here, they can see the yellow. See the yellow? Now, what's really scary is when there's a hole in the hat, like a knot hole, and you see the light bulb. That's what is scary. Where I was like that in. The ambrosia sometimes a little hole, so it's turning so many RPM, and it looks like you should see a solid light. So I was doing it one time, and I thought I cut the hat in half. I didn't know. We're just climbing in here, getting all this out. You gotta watch the banjo on this because you can snap that brim right off. You're gonna go up a little bit further. I have an air hose at my shop so I can kind of see stuff. Kind of blow all these shavings out. Okay, we got a couple more inches. You see how far I am now? See if I can shine the light. See how far I am now? We're getting up there. I always like to double check every time I make a cut. Make sure I'm in on it. Make sure I'm keeping the edge covered. Okay, I'm gonna get a little bit more out of here, and then we're gonna. We've got to start making a dome. That's what we want to do. Make a dome. Any of a dome, not an alveolar dome. If it wasn't for all the shavings, we wouldn't have to stop. We could just keep on going. I got to keep this thing cleaned out. Here's some tickets. about an inch and a half away. So I cut this piece of wood. This is just a flat piece of wood. And since I want a dome, I want to see what I got in here now. Right now it's like this. So I want to get it flattened out. Because I can't really tell just looking at it. So that's looking pretty good. I'm going to switch tools. This is just a smaller gouge. So what I want to play with, what I'm trying to do now is I got to practice. So if you look at the hat, I'm about that far away from it. See that cut right there? Or that dome there? That's what I want to start practicing on. I want to get it up there. And with the smaller tool, it allows me to keep that 1/8 of an inch right there. You don't want that to happen, do you? Not right now. I mean, it's just wood, though. You get another piece of wood, start all over. I had, when I first started doing it in the shop, you work. And I had one almost done. I mean, it was so close to being done. And then it cracked. I made the wrong move. That's what happened. That's the only hat that has sailed across my shop. My shop's about 80 feet. And you guys know what frisbee is. I went like that. And I went in. My wife says, well, how did things go? Like every time I went out there. Usually it was, well, I made shavings today. And I said, well, it broke. And I sat down and talked to myself. I said, I won't sell another one. I was just, I had to realize this is just wood. I'm doing this for fun. This is a scraper. Now, some of these better turners than I am, you're not supposed to use scrapers. It's sharp. It's a tool. So I use it for making my dome. I can control it better. And it will cut. What's that guy on the makes knives and stuff? It will cut. I want to see how far we are. I got plenty of room to play with. So I'm just practicing. That's it. See how my top is. I got a little bit. That's what I want. Now I need to cut a little bit away. Constantly checking. So we're slowly getting up there. This is kind of the critical point of the half. And it's really the hardest point of the half. You notice while I go, I'm on the edge. Really don't want to kick. Okay, let's see what we got. About a half inch. This tool, I got to make sure I'm not hitting the side too at the same time. So I still got my little dome going. Bouncing around, messing me up. I feel like I'm on that strobe light. Okay, we are almost at the top. Almost there. Two more cups. It's one of those things you just constantly moving. You don't want to get in a rush. You gotta really, the guys that want to start doing this, you just gotta concentrate. I'd rather have my dome under, okay, this high part here, I'd rather have it under, lower than the top of this. But I think it looks funny if it's above. So we're almost there. And I would really sharpen this tool again if I was in my shop. We're okay. I'm not going to do any sanding on this. It just takes too much time. I think I got ready to flip it over here in a second. Okay, we're going to go ahead and flip it over. So I got a little bit up at the top. That gives me a little, see what I got? Maybe a quarter. So that gives room to play with. So we need to put the live center back here. Oh, you ready? I can put it on. Yeah, it might be. Okay. So now I got to put a jig on here. Oh, my poor light. I keep saying every year I come over here, I'm going to get a new light. Okay, we got to take this off. So you can still break it right now. I mean, there's just, you got to be careful with every move. So this is a jig I made because I have to get rid of this wood that my faceplate's on. So I had made this. This is just MDF glued together, turned, and this is like scuba material. The top that I glued on, and then this is brought to you by Lowe's today. It was brought to you by Home Depot yesterday, so it's brought to you by Lowe's. This is just a lamp rod, and this is the bearing right there. So inside of here is a little recess that the bearing goes in. So I can slide this all the way through my lathe, come out the other end. Then I got a piece of wood that's going to wrap around his handle. Right there. And then I got a buddy that made this for me because I always lost these little nuts in there. So this, we're going to screw this on there. I painted it pink so I wouldn't lose it in the shape. Okay, so now that I got that. This is just a little plug-in. It pinches the wire. And you see if we got light. So we got light. That's what we want. So now, all this has been sanded already before I usually take it off my lathe, the outside sanding. And I blow all this dust out of here. And I place it right like that. Then I bring the live center up. And it'll help me center it in here. So I kind of tap it on here. And you can break it. It's an eighth of an inch. Still break it. Snug it on there. We get into making lampshades. Okay. Okay, then what I typically do is I blow this with air. I want to get all the wetness out. I'm not going to able to get all the water out of it, but I want to get it so I can sand it. So I sand it, and I burnish it. I don't know if it'll do it. A lot of times it won't do it because the wood's so wet. But this is a piece of the Duke. And it stays this color on my hats pretty good if it's not in the sun. It'll turn brown. So I'm just sanding the edge of it. I'm going to burnish it on my hat. And hopefully, you can at least see how the color gets transferred. Sometimes it did yesterday. I could not get it going yesterday. So we're going to turn this on. It's running fairly true. It's not perfect. So what I do is I put this against the wood and I try to color it. With being so wet, I don't think it's going to color good. When it's dry, when I blow all the water out, I can color it pretty good. It's going to get light. is a piece of ebony. This is the black line. Let me see how this one goes. You get the gist of it. And when it's dry, it'll furnish on a whole lot. Where it'll turn really a red color. So now we want to get rid of this face color. You got to be a little careful because you can break it. If you use a short bit like this, the drill can get in between here, and you're unscrewing the screw. You're pushing that way. And this thing's comes so that it'll split it. So we'll just unscrew all this. And from the beginning of the, when I made the hat, I had the block of wood on there. I had a little point in there. You guys that kind of hung in here the whole time, you see me put that point in. We're going to use that point. So we got to move the tailstock. We got to take the faceplate on. We got to hold the hat up. We got to push the tailstock back. We want to put it in that point. Remember that point? That's that point. So now all we got to do is get rid of wood. So we'll just grab another gouge. And we'll get rid of some wood. So I like pushing my gouge that way first instead of going this way. Because I want to make sure I'm trying to keep the hat on my jig. See, it just moved. That's a little bit aggressive. I want to ease off a little bit. Now, if I would have been cut the other way, it would have flew off. We really want to, when we get all this out of the way, we want to kind of follow what we did on the inside. Just make it real like that. making the hats have really, we've been able to do things that I didn't really think I could. We had made a hat for Charlie Daniels, and another younger generation probably don't know Charlie Daniels. He invited us to one of his concerts. He was a real nice guy. And when I was building an addition to my shop, first thing my wife says, why you add more to your shop? I said, it'd be less grass you had to mow. Well, when I was painting it, I used to have a drywall and tile business. And I was cleaning out the spray gun, and the spray gun, my finger got right in front of the spray gun. So I injected spray paint in my finger. So that was another trip to the VA. They didn't know what to do. So they sent me to North Carolina, in Charlotte, North Carolina. And my wife just had total knee replacement. I mean, you know, like when they take the leg off, put it back on, that's what she had. I watched the video. And so we went into the hospital. They didn't know who was getting admitted, me or her. I had a surgeon. I had 3 surgeons. All the residents wanted to see my finger. It wasn't really hurt bad at that time. I mean, it was kind of hurt. I've had it. And they wanted to feel the finger. So we finally, I got the surgery that night, and they said I was going to have another surgery. So I mean, when I woke up, the nurse says, "Well, I got a paper for you to sign." I said, "What is it?" She says, "Well, we might have to. They might cut your finger off." I mean, I've had my finger for a while, and I didn't want to get it cut off. And I asked them. I said, "Now, they cut my finger off. What did they do with it? I mean, it's part of me." And they said, "Oh, well, probably throw it away." And I said, "You can throw my finger away. I want my finger back." I mean, it was that one. It was that finger right there. So she said, "Why?" My wife just rolled her eyes around, and she knew what I was going to do with it. And I told the nurse, I said, "Well, I'm a wood turner. I'm going to make a box with a video on top, and that's going to be the video, my phone." And well, I went down to surgery, and one of my buddies went with me. He went down to the room with me, and the doctor was down there in the surgery room. And he told the doctor, he says, "Hey, Doc, I bet you'll make you a cowboy hat if you cut that finger off." And I said, "You doggone right, Doc. I'll make every one of you guys a cowboy hat." With my surgery, I had my 3 surgeries. And so I woke up, I had my finger. And when I was back home, you know, you have to recoup before you get the next, before you see them again. And they had lined it up where all 3 surgeons were there at the same time, just for me. And I needed to measure their heads. That's what I was going to do, was measure their heads. So I had, you know how big the cubicles are in the, you know, in the weight room area where you're waiting on the doctor to find the plate. I had all 3 of them on their knees, and I was measuring their heads. One doctor said, "Well, I hope my nurse don't come in." So I was able to, I made the hats for them, and they got one displayed right now in North Carolina. Well, they had a big showing at the Knit Museum in Charlotte. I don't know if any of you guys ever heard of the Knit Museum. It's pretty nice. Even my niece knows about the Knit Museum in Maryland, because she works at an art thing in Maryland. And she thinks people in North Carolina don't have computers. Okay? But she even heard about the Knit Museum. And so they had a showing of people that they had surgeries on. They had my hat displayed, and I was able to get a piece in the Knit Museum in Charlotte. That was pretty neat for me. And the Knit wanted me to do a demonstration of the hat. Now you see what it does. I've never been asked back. They've never asked me why. Well, that day that I was doing the demonstration was Kids' Day. So kids would come and pick all these shavings up, and they took it all over the museum. So I think, they didn't want the mess again. Okay, we almost got this thing. I'm hoping my hat's going to stay on. That's my game. Yes, I think it's going to do good. So I got to try to get rid of this nub. So even this little nub, you got to be careful of it, because once it flies loose, depends on where your tool rests. You could jam in your tool rest and knock the hat off. So let's slow it down a little bit. Oh, see, it went out of water. That's what I did not want to do. And it's hard to get it back. It's so hard. So I'd sand it. I'd sand it off and put it in my shop. It's not going to hold on. It happened to me at the AAW symposium. But we were able to make it work. Man was sweating. I was like, get out there. The audience didn't know the trouble we were having. So I would typically make this a little bit thinner, and till the light shines through. It ain't a big deal. And then I just sand that nub off. And then what I do is I put it in. That's the one I did yesterday. So, and I usually throw these things away, so I don't worry about it. Pardon? You can find it out if you want. I take it to the shop sometimes. I just cut it in half, throw it in the burn pile. What happened was everybody asked me, they said, well, can I have it? Can I have it? And I'm like,
well, that was Jerry Meismer turning a cowboy hat. Next, we're going to take a look at his second demonstration for the day that we have on video, and that is of him turning the birdhouses from start to finish.
We're gonna turn this bottom down. I've already got the holes drilled. So welcome, I'm Jerry Meismer. I am here at the virtual woodworking show in Hickory, North Carolina at Klingspor. And I'm going to show you how to make some hummingbird houses. Here's the hummingbird houses. A little bit about myself. I've been turning since about 2007. I'm the one they write the safety book about. I'm the one that had the accidents. I'm the one that had the broken nose. I'm the one that had the broken cheek. I've had all my fingers broke. So I'm going to show you how not to break any bones. So let's get started. The first thing I like doing is a little prep work on the lathe. new guys turning and the old guys, the first thing I do is I clean all this off. Even if you've got a new lathe, I take all that paint off. So I sand it down and then I buff it. So when you get done with it, it'll look like this. So that'll make your tools run a whole lot smoother across there, because that's what you're going to rest your tools on, and you want it to slide easy. The birdhouses, I make thousands of them, literally thousands of them, and this is a production mode for me. This isn't little. You can call it art, but it's production for me. Now, the block, I'm going to put a block of wood in here, and I'm going to turn a little spinning top first. I like to get started just turning a little small piece. And I basically just chuck it down just like that. Square, I don't make a tenon on it. It usually don't go anywhere. So then, this is a rough and gouge, and if you notice, I've got the back of this polished too. This thing's all polished up. So what I want to do is it's sitting on the tool rest, and I'm a little bit above center, and I'm moving my body back and forth, so I don't have my arms just out here like that. So we're gonna rough this down smooth. And one thing good about a rough and gouge is you can use all the parts on the rough and gouge. So there's so many sharp points on this gouge. So then on the top, I move in a little bit closer, and this is a 3/8 spindle gouge. And for those who want to know, this is a crown. This is a Carter rough and gouge. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's just, and I like to just make a nice smooth run with the top to bring it down to a point. Now I'm using my hand as a fulcrum. You see, I'm moving it back and forth. My bevel is right on the wood. Okay, so it's nice and slick. So you can move your tool rest back over close. You cut the machine off while you're doing it. And then I just come in like that. I just spin it around, and then I start cutting away, and then I just reverse it. And you can see my wrists moving. And then we got to make the handle. And then we got to cut it off. And there's our first piece for this morning, but that's a good practice for you to do. And it's a great item you could give your grandkids, your kids, whatever. My grandson, seemed like every time he come over to the shop, he always wanted me to make him a top. So what I did for him for Christmas, I made him 100 of them. Different sizes, different shapes, and that's what his Christmas gift was. Just call me the tight granddaddy. We don't normally. I like making things for people. It means more to me that I can make something and it means more for the person receiving. So, okay, we're going to get started on the birdhouse. And I've got two different styles, and we're going to make this one first. Now, I have been asked by people that are bird people. They're ortho something. They're called, they got a name. I don't know what they're called, the people. They got letters behind them too. But they tell me that a hummingbird is not going to go in this house. Well, all I know is we've sold thousands of these, thousands of them, and we give them the opportunity to. So if you don't give a bird an opportunity to go in a house, how is he going to go in a house? Someone originally had to build the first bluebird house. And how many people are building bluebird houses? Well, that's what I feel about the hummingbird houses. So, and it is a great wood turning piece to make because everything is made. Everything is made. Even down to the perch. We make the perch. We make the top. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't make the string and I didn't make the eyelet, but everything else is made. So, and learned how to do a little bit of wood burning. I'm not a wood burner, but Michelle Parsons is, and she will be here later on next week. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with an 8/4 stock. 8/4 stock is 2 inches thick. So that's what's considered 8/4 stock. It's all in the rough. 8/4 is about 2 1/8. So what I do is I rip these down as square as I can get them. Okay, then I go to my drill press and I go down from the top and drill a 1 inch hole right here. So it's about 1.5 inches down. I drill an inch hole. Okay, from the top to the perch, I drill an 1/8 inch hole, and that's 2.5 inches down. So it's easy numbers. And it just looked proportionally correct is how I come up with this. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this the same way as I did the top, okay? I'm not going to put a tenon in it. I'm going to put it in the 4 corners of the jaws of the chuck. And I typically look at my chuck when I'm putting it in to make sure it's all evenly spaced, and it's all by eye. When you're doing about 300 of these at a time, you just chuck them in and go with it. All right? And then, oh, you're not supposed to bend down and pick up nothing. I remember that rule from class. So, I don't know if you could. This is an inch and a half drill bit, okay? My goal is just to drill past the perch hole. That's what my goal is. Because we're not for sure how deep we really need to have it for these hummingbirds. So we're experimenting. So we're gonna turn the lathe on and we're gonna slow it down. I like to run it about 500, 600. And we're gonna bring this in. We're gonna lock it down, okay? And then we're gonna crank it up. And we're just gonna drill past the perch. And we want to clean it a little bit. Come back out. So as you can see, this takes some time. Just drilling these things takes a massive amount of time. And the first ones I did, I guess the first, I don't know, 400 or 500, this is how we did it. It was a real fluke that I got into doing birdhouses. And they're actually in our state magazine here in North Carolina. They sell them in the magazine. And we have a couple galleries that we sell them in. Okay, we're getting ready to turn the birdhouse. This is a piece of plastic. I don't know what type it is. It was given to me, and I threaded it. And the reason I put it on the live center, and I like using this piece of plastic as a jam chuck. It's got some certain name to it. I don't know what the name of it is. I've had it ever since 2008, so, and now I'm getting older and I don't remember things. So, okay, the reason why I put the plastic on there, and we're gonna, if you see, there's no tiny hole down here. Okay, I didn't want to put no little holes in the bottom of the birdhouses because when I sign my name, I want to be able to sign it. I'm doing these things fast, so some of my signatures may be in the middle and maybe on the side. I just want to burn it and go because I'm doing so many of these. So I don't have the little hole in the way. Plus, it's easy to jam chuck it. Okay, I made a jam chuck. This is just a block of wood. And I turned it round, and what happens is this fits right in there just like that. So we're gonna stick this in the chuck. For everybody that wants to know, this is a one-way chuck, and this was my first chuck, and I've had it ever since 2008. So. And I just tighten it up pretty good, run it, make sure it runs smooth, looks good to me. All right, then we're just gonna stick this in here, there, just like that. And I just wanna give me a little bit of room. And we're gonna jam it. That's why it's called a jam chuck, jam it. Okay, then we're gonna tighten everything back down. Spin it, make sure it's not going to hit anything. Okay, it's not going to hit anything. So I need to lower my tool rest just a hair. All right, now we're going to crank it up. Okay, and then we're just going to do just like we always do. We're going to take the tool, the rough and gouge, and we're going to go back and forth. We're riding on that bevel. And yes, you can cut backwards. See how it's cutting backwards? I'm cutting forward. I'm cutting backwards. Okay, I want to start putting a little taper towards the bottom. So here's our taper. I just want to make it round. Okay, when you try to, when you're turning a lot, you put your hand over here like that and feel it. Remember, this has a hole in it, and that hole hurts if your finger goes near it. So if you get hurt after me telling you that, that's your fault, not mine, because I've already told you you're going to get hurt. Okay, see, I'm still not round. Okay, we're going to turn it off. I'm going to show you what we got. We're not quite round yet. Okay, see, I still got a little bit right there. And you see the thickness of my wood, so I still got plenty of wood in here. So let's get her down. Okay, we should be feeling pretty good now. Sounding pretty good. Yep, that's smooth. Okay, I like to put a little decorative piece on the bottom. So I take the rough and gouge and I just indent it just like that. Just real slow and make that little curve in there. Okay, we're going to bring out a new tool. Okay, this is a cove. If you can see it, I don't know about the glare. See, I got this one polished up too.
This is a Sorby beading tool. Okay, I got this tool in 2008 when I first started. And so the tools last you a long time. I don't know how these companies stay in business. Not when they have somebody like me that's had it for this long. Okay, the only thing that on the birdhouses, when I started doing the birdhouses, you know, I'm worried about the thickness in here. So when I'm doing the other birdhouse, which I'm going to show you that, the thickness has a lot to do with it. So what I did is I cut that bead down a little bit. I actually grinded the tool flat, and then I made a wheel on my grinder. And then I set it at an angle, and I made my own curve here, and it looks like a half a bead, but it's not a half a bead. So when the product is done, it still looks like it, but it's not going in as deep. Now, it took a lot of trials and errors to get that, but that's what I ended up doing. So, and I'm not telling you to get a new tool and grind it down. Just get thicker wood, but this is 8/4. So, okay, we're going to make a bead right here. And I just kind of move it around a little bit. Now, could you turn it with a spindle gouge, make a bead with the spindle gouge? Yes. Now, this is a 1/2 inch spindle gouge, and yes, I've had this one a long time too. And it's, I'm ready for a new one. So I just come in there and I clean that up a little bit, and then I'm coming back on this back side, and see how I just spin that around like that, and then I'm coming back over the top, and that's how I shape that bottom. Okay, just like that. And then I come back with my rough and gouge, and I bring all my cuts together. Just like that. All right. I also like the wood burn, or use a burning wire. This is a burning wire. This is actually wire that cuts out windshields, and these are the handles. But you can get burning wire, guitar wire, and you just place it on there and let it burn. Just like that. Now I have got, when I use the wire, it's not like I'm just dangling the wire up there. You got to remember, this is rotating, and you want to hold this wire. So a lot of times I'll hold my forearm on the lathe, and I've got my other arm tucked in, and I'm burning it like that. That's how I'm doing it. So you got to be real careful when you're burning. You just can't stick it in there. Okay, the next thing I do, free advertisement for Klingspor. I use Klingspor paper, brought to you by Klingspor. And I don't put my hand underneath the tool rest, okay? So if you're going to sand, you can go over top like that. You could put this in reverse, or you can go under like that, okay? So you can sand it. And this is 180. So I just sand it off a little bit. And then the grain of the wood's going up and down. But with the products that we're making, I'll go like this, and it's done, okay? As many as we're doing. So that is the bottom. That's what we do with the bottom. All right? Then we got to make the top. So, okay, these are the tops. This, I buy 10/4 walnut. This is 10/4 walnut, and I turn it round. This is 7 inches long. And I just put it in here in the chuck, just like this. There's no tinning. I do bring this up. Okay, so I'm going to lock that in. And then I'm gonna tighten this down. Okay, the tops are all made out, I usually, well, on the ones for the magazine, they're all made out of walnut. And this is the kind of the mode we've been in. It's just the walnut tops. So we tighten that down. Move it in as close as you can. Okay, and then we're going to true it up. So we true it up. Okay, so that's true. Okay, I divide it up. I got my dividers right here. So we're going to divide this up to about 1 3/4 inches. Okay, and then we're going to cut it. We've got to make a tenon. This is the bottom. This is the tenon right there. Okay, and this one's a tenon. So we're actually making 4 of them. Okay, I'm going to open it up just a little bit for my next tool coming in here. Okay, this is what you call a badan. Nick Cook told me to get a badan back in 2008, and this is the same one that I had. So we're going to open that up, and we're going to go one more. Okay, we ought to be pretty good. Let me. Okay. So I was making so many of these, I needed to come up with a way to make them faster. Remember what I was saying? Production's faster. Safer and faster, safer and faster. So Sorby has this tenon jig that I bought, and I decided to put the Robert Sorby tool on this for my tenoning because I only had one badan. This is my original badan. Well, it wouldn't fit. See, it wouldn't fit on there right. So I said, well, I wonder if I could fit it on here, and it fit right, fit perfect. It's actually a better deal for me because when this tip gets cracked, chipped, dull, I only have to unscrew that, and I don't ever have to change my setting. And that's another movement I don't have to do, so one less movement. But no one tells you how to use these things. I have looked and looked, and no one tells you. There's their kind of so-called instructions. So you got to be real careful running these things. And I kind of get set up. My body is set up. My whole body is into this. Now you see the top part right here. It's rubbing the back side. So it's still rubbing. Now, I had to learn that if I didn't make that tenon, this was not going to work because this wouldn't fit in there. So I had to give it room. See, it only gives you a little bit of room. And you see that tenon was a little bit bigger. And you seen how that grabbed a little bit. So that's what you got to be careful of. See how it did all that? Which that ain't no big deal. We can take care of that. Okay, the next thing you do is on my tops, I like putting a little bead down here. So I had to figure out a way when I first started. That one might be a goner there. We'll see. Let me see if I can straighten her up a little bit. Yeah, she'll work. That'll work. Okay. when I first started doing the tops, you want to make things decorative, or I did. I wanted to make it look like I spent a lot of time on these things and not spend much time on them. So you see this bead right there? Okay, I had this chucked up, just the top, into my lathe, and I was running that bead. Well, my jaws are right here, so it wasn't doing real good. But I made a lot of them like that. And then you have this moment you figure out how to do things. So I had one of them good moments, and I said I could make that bead now instead of later. So I use it right here. And so we're going to have 4 of these. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Feels good. That feels good. All right, so now we'll burn it. And you can burn it now, you can burn it later, it don't matter. So, and usually I burn it now because when I'm making the tops, I'm just making them and putting them in a basket. Okay, now we got to part them. All right, we got to part them off. I do like to make sure everything fits good. See, that one fits good. All right. So this is a parting tool. So this one, we're just going to go in here and we're going to open it up a little bit. Because that's, you know, you got 7 inches sticking out there. Okay, there's one. All right, and every so often I check just to make sure my tenon is good and all that. Make sure everything, see, it fits. I'm not having to remeasure anything. And I'll usually do like 20 or 30 of them, then check and just go back and forth. Okay, and then we'll cut off the last one. Okay, and let's check this one since this is the one we had problem with. And it's a little tight, but she's snug. Let me, we'll rerun it, it don't matter. Took off a little bit. That's a whole lot faster than taking another tool, doing it. And I mean, here I got 4 tops ready to go, ready to be rechucked and turned. All right. Okay. Next thing we do is we take this chuck off. We've got to turn the top. And designing these things, I tried to work with the tools that I had. And that's what I tried to do. It's just what tools I had is the tools I'm going to try to run it. And I had this. So I figured I could run that tenon in here. The process of these things didn't take overnight. It took me a while to get this thing figured out, how to do it and make as many as we do. My wife and I she glues the tops on and puts the perches on, sends them out. Okay, there's our first one. We got it chucked. And then I get my 1/2-inch spindle gouge, wherever it is. Okay. Okay, she's running true. Now what okay, just like so. This is the roof of the birdhouse. Remember, this is the roof. Okay, the other thing I've made, and I've had this since the beginning of these birdhouses, that same drill bit. I do scroll sawing. I don't know what number this is, but drill bit will go right here and it just goes in just like that. And I made a little handle. I painted it pink so I wouldn't lose it. And I've had this thing ever since the beginning. So, unless I leave it at a club or something. Okay, the next thing we do is we're going to taper it down. So I just start from the top and I'm making this curve. And I'm just spinning it around. If you look at the way I sharpened it, my bevel, see how my bevel is? I got a double bevel. Typically it's either 2 or 3 bevels. And a lot of guys that are turning, they're using the Wolverine system, and it doesn't matter what kind of system you use, but it's a jig, and they'll sharpen this whole clear as one bevel. And then what I do is I put a magnet or just something thick, a piece of wood or whatever, and bring the tool even closer. It does that secondary bevel. So the reason why I do a secondary bevel is so I can have that curvature like that. Because if you didn't, it would be bumpity bumpity bump, and you don't want that. I mean, you could see, if you got that, see in the camera, see the daylight right there? These are real good cameras, so you could see the daylight on that secondary bevel. Okay? So we're just going to keep on coming, keep cutting it down, taking a little bit off at a time. Okay, just like that. Okay, then I come back and I like to skin this one over. Just a small, okay? Then I take a texturing tool. This is from Crown. This is a Crown. Sorby has one too. But I've always used this texturing tool. And it has a way to rest it on the tool rest. See, it's flat. I'm not changing the speed. You can change the speed. You get a different texturing pattern. But I basically just run it through just like that. Okay? Just one little wipe. And you see the texture it gave. If you change the speed, it's going to do a different texture. If you change the angle, and since we're making so many, it's just fast, and I don't change the speeds no more. I used to, but not no more. There's just too many of them. Okay, this is the eyelet I put in. Now the main thing about the eyelet is you don't let the machine run while you're putting that eyelet in, because that hurts when that thing's spinning around. And the last finger I broke was this finger, and I was spinning the chuck like this, and my finger got stuck in there just like that. And you see where this tool rest is, it went down like that. And that was the only finger I ever heard broke. I literally heard the bone break. So I've got this dental pick, and I stick it there, and then I turn the handle. That's what you want to do. You want to keep your hand away from that chuck. Them jaws sticking out that far, it does hurt. All right. So we'll do 300 of them real fast. And I do sand them off. I just hit them with a little piece of sandpaper. This is pretty smooth. Okay, so this is the top. This is what we have so far. This is what we have so far. Okay, now we've got to do the perch. So, and it's just what I've done from the beginning. I've used ebony. I know that's not the favorite choice of buying, because it is very expensive. I got a box of these pieces. They're a 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch, and then I rip them down to this size. And I stick it all the way in the lathe. Okay? So then I'll bring the jaws down. And we'll okay. All right, so now I'll just make it tight. Okay, then I want to move my tool rest as close as I can move it. Okay, then this is a tool. This is a 3/8 spindle gouge. Okay, you see how it's sharpened. There's very little bevel on that, and it's smooth all the way around. And I literally grind, as the grinder's going around, I'm going like this, spinning. Okay, and then I put this on my buffing wheel because I want it to slide. I don't want it to grab. And see, even after work, you know, the wood is dirty too sometimes, so you have to really make sure this is clean after you do so many of them, because it starts sticking. I guess it's the difference in the metal of the cast, and this metal too could cause things. The cast does ding up a little more. So I'm going to use this as my roughing gouge and my turning gouge. So we're going to round it off. Okay, we're going to I'm going to come back this way. I'm going to go back this way. And then I'm gonna do a real fast sweep over, just like that. Remember when we done the top from the beginning? That's how I do that. So I take different steps with everything. So then I take my calipers, and after you do so many of them, you don't need the calipers. You know what 1/8 of an inch is. Now you see how close my tool rest is? I'm gonna shut the lathe off before I move the tool rest. It is real close to the edge of that, and I don't want to nick it. Okay, so we're going to lower it down. So you want it about 1/8 of an inch thick. So, and then we'll check it. Let's see how close we are. We're just a hair big. Okay, and then we'll just part it off with our spindle gouge. And you lose a few of them. But I'll do about 300 of these at a time, just like that, just feeding it. And then that goes in just like that. That's our first birdhouse. In the shop, the bottom piece takes me 1 minute and 35 seconds to do. And the tops, you can tell there's more movement on the tops. It takes a little bit longer. But the typical, because we've really tried to time it down to about a 6 to 7 minute deal here when we're doing these. This goes in our state magazine, so typically we do all our wood burning before anything's glued on. So I have a basket of these. I have a basket of 200 sitting in the shop right now for me to burn. I've done 100 of them. And I am not a professional wood burner. Michelle Parsons is the professional. And I know I got this hotter than what I'm supposed to have it, but this is how I do it because I'm just doing it fast. I just kind of put a line in here just like this. And then I put a line over here. And then I'll come back and put a line right there. And then come back and put that line. So it almost looks like a W, my wife says, or upside down M. Okay, then I call this a skew. This is a razor tip. Now the first one I had was thicker. It was thicker metal than that, and I don't know where you can buy them at now. I don't have a clue. But you have to kind of position yourself to, and I kind of lay it on its side. And this is, to me, is what's time consuming. And see, I'm just jumping them up and down, just putting lines in there. And then I'm going to turn it over. Do the same thing here. Now, it depends on what day it is, what time it is. Come 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening, after I do a few of these, I start falling asleep. And I have some in my pile that I have burned because I fell asleep. So you just kind of dabbing them in there. Someone asked me about I should get a stamp, a burning stamp. Well, it wouldn't be handmade then. I mean, I guess it still would be, but this just takes a while. What I should have done when I approached the magazine, I should have only made one of these flowers instead of 2 of them. And I think they call these waves of grain or something. I think that's what they call it. So this is, so you can tell it takes a couple of minutes doing this. And you see how that looks. Okay, then every one of them, I sign them, and I'm just glad my initials are this way. I make a J. That way I don't change my tip, my wood burner, because I was changing them before when I was signing my whole name. So I come up with my own, so there's my J and my M, and that's how I sign them now. Okay, so this is glued in, and we use tight bond. And what we do is we put a dab of glue here, and we kind of roll that around a little bit, and then we stick it in there like that. And then the tops are glued in, and we'll get a piece of like a popsicle stick, and we'll put glue right here. Just wipe it around there, and we glue it in just like that. So this will be all glued up. And then I use lacquer, and I mean, most people are not going to set these outside. I mean, they're going to use it as a novelty, setting them in the house. I know the ornithologist people, is that what it's called on the board? Ornithology people? I don't know. You try it. Let me know. You can make sure you buy a bunch of them. They're in North Carolina, Our State Magazine. I mean, it's you know, we'd try them out. So that's that one.
What's up, everybody? Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today, we're going to talk to you about the top 10 orbital sanding mistakes that we see people make. Yours might be on the list, so stay tuned. You know, just like in the 60s, let's just go. Orbital sanding mistake number 1, hot rodding. So what we mean by hot rodding is when the sander gets tipped backwards like this. Now, you're not going to intentionally do this, I hope, but when it does happen, you know, typically it could be because your hands are tired or at the end of the day or whatever, or you're just the weight of your hand can do this, especially on those longer sanders. But even just a little bit can cause only one area of the disc to make contact with the surface, which creates a typical problem. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So tipping back is certainly going to create problems. It's going to create swirls and pigtails and a whole variety of other problems. So stay away from that hot rod. Orbital sanding mistake number 2, angle grinding. Number 2 on our list is sort of an inverse of that. What you're doing is you're angle grinding. You typically, with an angle grinder, you're going to tip the front forward like that, and you're going to be sanding. Now, this can also play over into other areas, but typically you're going to be sanding a little more like this. And there's a variety of reasons why you might think that works, but it really doesn't. Let me show you. So angle grinding has the same problem as the hot rodding does. You want to stay away from that at all costs. You want this to stay flat on this. Orbital sanding mistake number 3, speed demon. Now, the number 3 thing on the list that we see a lot of people do is they're lazy and they're in a hurry. So they don't want to take time to sand this thing the proper way. So what we find that people do is they'll speed demon and just really try to be aggressive all the way around the material and get this thing done as quick as possible. But it's not allowing this to have proper time to circle around. So let me show you what I'm talking about with that speed demon. Now, you don't see that, but by being a speed demon, what you're also doing is you're hot rodding it and you're angle grinding it, sometimes by accident because you're moving so aggressively and fast across the surface. So this is yet another reason we see that a lot of people make these mistakes when they're using an orbital sander. Take your time and let the sandpaper do the job. Orbital sanding mistake number 4, target practice. So number 4, you're going to be looking at target practice. So let's say we got a little area right there that you know is not being sanded when you go across it flat. So what we see with target practice is a little bit of this. Or a little bit of that. Now, that's a bad combination because you're using a little bit of that speed demon. You're also using a little bit of that angle grinding, but all you're doing is you're exaggerating this low spot that you're trying to sand off. So again, if you're having problems getting a low area, that means everything around it is higher. You're going to have to work that higher area down to get to it. Avoid that target practice at all costs, because when you go to finish this, that's when you're going to see the problem. Orbital sanding mistake number 5, white knuckling. All right, so another mistake we see is that white knuckling. All right, now white knuckling is when you're holding on for dear life and you're putting as much pressure on the sander as you can. Now, either that's because you're using a lot of weight or because you're trying to grip the sander because you feel it's going to run away from you. When your fingers go from being loose and flexible like this to just barely holding on to the sander to where you see the reds down in the palm of your fingertips, that white knuckle, that's wrong. You don't need to grip that tight. You don't need to put that much pressure. You want minimal pressure, allow that sander to glide across the surface. So at all costs, avoid that white knuckle. Orbital sanding mistake number 6, skipping rocks. All right, so we've all skipped rocks as kids. Well, skipping grits ain't gonna be near as fun for you. So if you're using a variety of grits and you're skipping way too many between each one, that's going to lead to a bad result on your workpiece. So if you're trying to start with 60 and go right to a 150, you're going to be hating life because it is not going to, the 150 can't remove the scratches left from the 60. So don't be skipping rocks, or in this case, skipping grain. What you want to do is stay with that sequence and skip no more than 1 grit in the range. So if you do have to start with 60, you can skip 80 and go 100, skip 120 and go 150, and if you're going to go higher, you can skip 180 and go 220. But never skip more than 1 grit in the range when you're doing that. And orbital sanding mistake number 7, rough start. Kind of like I'm having right now, rough start. Speaking of starting with 60, a lot of people have a rough start, and they think they need to start with that really coarse grit to get the job done. But in reality, a lot of cases, you don't need to go that coarse. Starting too rough can actually create more problems for you down the line by forcing you to sand more than you really need to. In most cases on bare wood, you can get away with starting with, say, 100 grit. If you're trying to remove a finish, a lot of times that same 100 grit will get it done. If there is a need that you have to go coarser, obviously do that. But start as fine as you can possibly go before you go right to that coarse one, because it's going to cause you to do a lot more work and a lot more sanding on a big project to get it done. So be careful when you're getting started that you don't have a rough start. Number 8, penny pincher for us tightwads out there. Okay, we all like to save money, and there's not a lack of disc options available from us, and there's certainly not a lack of disc options available, out in your local hardware store. The problem is a lot of times when we think of sandpaper, we think of it as a throwaway item, and it is. But in reality, if you try to just base your disc that you're going to buy based on price alone, you're going to be hating life, because a lot of times the cheaper sandpaper, especially some of the stuff you buy in the big box, it does not result in a very consistent scratch pattern, nor does it result in a very good finish when you're trying to lay down a nice stain or lacquer or some other kind of finish on your piece. So buying sandpaper discs just because of price, you're probably going to find yourself not a very happy camper. So buy a quality disc that's going to give you the best bang for your buck in both price, longevity, removal, and ultimately finish, because as woodworkers, that's what we're striving for, is to create a good finish. So get the right disc for the right price, and you'll get the right result. Number 9 in the orbital sanding mistakes we see is wrong choices, and we've all made them. All right, so the 9th thing on our list is we see that people make a lot of wrong choices when it comes to the sanding discs they use. That's one of the things that sets us here at Klingspor Woodworking Shop apart, is that we have so many options to choose from. Getting the right one sometimes might seem like an endless journey that'll never happen. But we got a lot of information out there available. We got a lot of good technical support to help you along that journey. So knowing your application can help us better help you select the right product for the right application, to keep you from making wrong choices on the disc for you. And the big 10, we're talking about the double tap. Trying to use 2 sanders at once. So the number 10 thing on our list is double tap. What we mean by that is trying to use 2 sanders at one time. You thought about it. Well, let me show you the error in that mindset. You just can't do it. It's just not going to happen. So don't think you're going to do one grip with this and follow that up with another sander right behind it. Double tapping this is a bad idea. Okay, so those are the top 10 sanding mistakes we see a lot of people make when it comes to random orbital sanding. If you can think of others that we didn't topic, all right, so those are just some of the top 10 mistakes we see people make when it comes to random orbital sanding. If maybe there's one you didn't see that you do or you've seen, or maybe one that you do that you disagree that it was a problem, comment down below and let us know. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Hopefully this will be the start of a future videos series as well, where we're going to talk about different applications, right grit, right material, choosing the right grit sequence, making little storyboards so you can truly see what you're going to get when you get to finishing, things like that. But for this video, I think that's about all. We're done. So this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Don't forget, like and subscribe, ding that bell, all that good stuff, so you'll be notified in the future. Go to our website at woodworkingshop.com. Check out any of these discs that we've shown today, or maybe see what else is available. Or you can give us a call at 800-228-0000. Our customer service will be happy to help you. Well, again, this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, and eat, sleep, CNC, and repeat. And in this case, sand. You have a good day. We'll see you next time.
Clamp and cut. With Shaper Origin and Workstation together, you can tackle even the most difficult projects with speed and precision. Cut accurate mortise and tenons, mill perfect box joints, and quickly align difficult to fixture pieces. Find out why more professionals rely on the complete system from Shaper to take their business to the next level by visiting shapertools.com.
with North Carolina Wood Turners, and I'm going to go through basic how to take a raw piece of wood and cut it up for bowl blanks. That's one of the most common questions about wood turning is where do you get your wood? Once people find out that you're a wood turner, you'll have more wood than you know what to do with. So now we'll kind of go over how to use a chainsaw, how to lay it out so you can best utilize the wood. All right, we've got this piece of wood here that I've kind of already drawn out kind of what I'm thinking about. If you look right here, we've got the pith of the tree. That's where the heart of the tree is. And there's a couple radial cracks that went this way, and this way. I kind of marked it so I'd had a reference point. It looked like it ended right in here, which is fine. The other one ended right about here. The key about when you're doing a bowl or whatever is make sure you cut all the growth rings. So you didn't want the bottom of your bowl here and have this pith in the side, because that's where it's going to want to radiate cracks from. Just like when your firewood, you always let it set out. If you cut it and you want to let it make it easier to cut, you let it set there for a little bit so you can see the cracks in it, so you know where to hit it to make it bust. What we want to do is see where the cracks are and kind of work away from them so it don't bust. So we also try to cut those growth rings because it's going to want to move. The wood's going to move, and if you break those rings, it makes the movement less damaging to the piece. It won't want to crack open. I'm going to try to do natural edge bowls out of this. So I'm looking at a bowl where the rim has the bark edge on it. So I'm looking something like this and then like this. So I'm going to cut through here and here. I'm going to take this piece out, and I can use this piece for something else later. But that's basically how we're going to lay this out to try to turn it. If you wanted to make a larger bowl, but you want it to be perfectly round, what you'll do is you'll cut it, turn it, and you can actually do this to be the top edge of your bowl and have your bottom down here, and you can wind up with a bigger bowl. But when you dry, you got to look, you're going to have to leave 1 inch of wall thickness for every 10 inches in diameter. So this is probably closer to 12 inches. So you probably want about an inch and a quarter, inch and a half. So your wall thickness would wind up being something like that when you turned it. And then once it dried, then you can come back and then turn your finished wall thickness. But turning it green and you're going to let it move, especially with a natural edge, it really doesn't matter because you won't notice it once it dries anyway. All right, we'll talk about a chainsaw for a second and kind of give you a few pointers on what to look at there. All right, now we're going to take a few moments to talk about the chainsaw. The thing about the way we're trying to cut wood is we're trying to rip it. We're not doing like cutting like for firewood. We're trying to cut it in lengthways. The most common way I see people trying to cut is if they got it set up like this, they're going to try to cut from the top down. That's going to be the hardest on your chainsaw, no matter what chainsaw you have. And yes, they do make chains for doing that, but it's very uncommon to see them unless you're trying to use it on a chainsaw mill. So typically we do not want to cut like this if at all possible, because you're cutting all that end grain just straight across the end. Same thing as if you've got a piece in the lathe and you're turning it and you try to cut just straight across the edge. It's harder to cut than it is cutting, cutting with the grain. So when we're actually doing our chainsaw cuts, we're going to lay this thing down on its side, and we're going to take the chainsaw and we're going to cut like this through it. You don't want to have the nose pointing down when you're cutting, because then just think about a broom. All your fiber in a broom is like this, and you're pulling like this on it. You're going to try pulling in, and it's just putting more load on the chainsaw and the chain. What you want to do is you want to drop the chain, the motor down just a little bit, so when you're cutting in, you're doing this to it, so you're breaking those grains in it to cut, make shorter ribbons, because you're going to wind up with strings about the length of your piece if you hold it flat across it. If you go nose in, you're going to be pulling up and you're going to be just bogging the saw down. So you want the butt of your chainsaw to be a little bit lower than your nose and cut, and it's going to break those chains. It'll be the easier on your chain. You don't have to have as heavy or as strong a chain or a chainsaw to actually cut it. So your homeowner chainsaws, you can do decent with it. If you're going to do a lot, you want to get a little bit bigger saw. But for basic any chainsaw, if you do drop the butt of the chainsaw down when you're cutting with the grain down the length, you're going to have more power available to you and less strain on your chainsaw. The other thing, if you're going to buy chain specifically for doing this and this is your main purpose, you can go get a semi-skip or a skip tooth chain, which is basically the same thing as on your bandsaw. You can get a standard tooth chain where you'll have, if you look at this chain here, this is a semi-skip. There will be another tooth right here. This tooth is shifted forward one link, so you'll have a cutting here and another cutting tooth right here, and so that'll be your cutting tip. So I've extended my cutting space between the actual cutting teeth. If you go to a full skip, your other cutting tooth would be right here, so you'd have a longer distance. What that's going to do is going to have less resistance in the wood because you're going to have less teeth grabbing at a time, which will also make the chips come out the back quicker and not bog up and bind the saw down. So if you can get semi-skip or true skip tooth, you're better off while trying to do rip cutting for bowl blanks. All right, we'll go ahead and talk about the setup that I use to cut with right now, and it's nothing fancy. It's actually a couple blocks of wood. All right, with that bowl blank that we just got laid out kind of how we're wanting the cutting, all thing I've done is taken 2 blocks of wood that'll kind of naturally make a stand to get my piece of wood off the ground so I can cut without worrying about hitting the ground and dulling the chainsaw. It also kind of helps keep the logs from rolling around too bad. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to cut through one side then the other. If you look, these shavings are relatively short. Next one I'm going to go flat and let you see how long the shavings really get. You can see the difference in the type of shavings I'm getting. These are a lot harder, and you can watch the saw jump when I'm running it down way. All right, now that we've got our block of wood cut in half, what we're going to do is we're going to basically scribe a line across from where this is the heart on this side. This is where the heart went through on this side. So we just kind of draw us a line. You don't have to be perfect, just something close so we get the center of the bowls close to the center of the tree. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take a compass and we're going to put it on that line, and we're going to try to lay it out so we can draw a circle so we can knock the corners off of this thing. Just like that. And I said, this is nothing has to be perfect. It just gets us in the ballpark. Now that we can see the scribe mark, we can darken this up a little bit. The other thing that's really nice to do while you're doing this, and you still got your mark is where your center point is. You want to mark that so you can make it easier when you get to the lathe to find where you are at. So typically draw an X, and I just push the point in a little bit. Sometimes I pull it out.
The AS-175 AllSaw from ArborTech is a tool for the trade professional engineered to significantly improve safety, efficiency when cutting brick walls, mortar, and more. Engineered with a robust heavy-duty 1400-watt motor ensures long-lasting motor life in the most demanding environments. What makes the AllSaw unique is the patented orbital cutting action of 2 reciprocating blades, which allows for faster brick, mortar, and masonry cutting than traditional reciprocating saws. There's a wide range of masonry blades for specialty trade applications. The caulking blade's ideal for removing caulking between concrete panels. The tuck pointing blade is used for removing the mortar between the bricks in restoration work. The heritage blade is ideal for mortar removal of thin joints. The general purpose blade is the master hogging blade at 6 3/4 deep. Head joint blades are ideal for tuck pointing and mortar removal on vertical joints. Switchbox blades are ideally suited to cut small square holes for electrical switches. Included with the AllSaw package is the plunge blade and the general purpose blades. Changing blades is easy and quick with the AllSaw. Unlike rotating cutting tools on the market, the clever ergonomic design of the AllSaw improves balance and control while preventing dangerous kickback. The flexible heavy-duty dust boot removes residual airborne particles, keeping job sites safer. Extracting dust away from the cut line ensures accurate cutting, saving time and money. Another benefit of the all-saw cuts square openings with no overcutting. Surrounding brickwork can remain untouched. No bolstering or stitch drilling is required, and job completion times can be reduced. The ball gouge is a spherically shaped grinder attachment that can rapidly hollow small concave surfaces in woodworking projects. It easily attaches to the power carving unit or standard 4 to 4.5 inch angle grinder with a 5/8 spindle. Specifically designed to provide exceptional control, balance, and performance in freehand wood shaping and carving. The 30mm diameter ball-shaped cutter is helpful for small to medium sculpting and especially ideal for carving smooth hollows in wooden spoons and bowls, texturing, and undercutting. The ball gouge is ideal for smooth hollows in wooden spoons and creating concave features in bowls and other small medium projects. The 30mm diameter ball-shaped cutter is ideal for free-form carving in small to medium wood projects. Carve in any direction without compromise on control. Quickly achieve concave surfaces in spoons and small bowls. Hollowing out and undercutting is now easier than ever, and finishing off your project with the beautiful chisel textures is a breeze. Engineered to provide exceptional control, balance, and performance, the ball gouge is equipped with anti-grab technology, which helps prevent the tool from digging, providing better control over the look and finish of your woodworking project. The ArborTech Contour Sander is a revolutionary tool for sanding deep profiles, contours, and detail work. Areas that previously could only be sanded by hand can now be finished rapidly. The random orbit sanding action combined with the patented flexible backing pad creates a perfect finish without scars, scratches, or blemishes. The sanding discs are heavy-duty, non-adhesive discs that are attached to the durable plastic flange. Sanding deep internal profiles, finishing bowls and free-form shapes, detail sanding, and spot sanding. It doesn't burn or dig at the edges. Light and aggressive sanding can be achieved. Attaches to a standard 4-inch or 4.5 inch angle grinder, works best with a power carving unit. The 3-inch shaft transforms your standard angle grinder into a sander and provides access into deep hollows that would otherwise be impossible to reach. The 50mm sanding discs make the contour sander perfect for those smaller and more delicate projects. The combination of random orbital action and the flexible backing pad make this sander responsive to whatever project you may be working on. Used with the finest grit, it provides a remarkably smooth finish ready for oiling or coating. The sanding discs are available in a wide range of grits from 80 grit to 600, so no matter the project, the Contour Sander will help you get it done quickly every time. The industrial woodcarver is a professional's choice in rotary wood carving. The industrial woodcarver provides woodworkers with the fastest and easiest method of freehand shaping and carving any form of timber. Known as the tool that launched the power carving movement, the industrial woodcarver easily attaches to the power carving unit or a standard 4-inch, 4.5 inch angle grinder. Carves equally smooth on the hardest or softest of woods with efficiency and control. The industrial woodcarver is ideal for freehand power carving, fast wood removal, and sculpting of burls, busts, chairs, rocking horses, and more. This high-quality blade is equipped with durable tungsten carbide teeth that can be rotated and replaced for optimum performance and longevity. Quickly create rough shapes, trenching, straight cuts in almost any type of wood. The Industrial Woodcarver Pro Kit comes with the adjustable Pro Guard. This can be used as a depth gauge and a guide for straight line cutting while also protecting the user from the cutting edge and stray wood chips. Unlike the other blades in the power carving range, the Industrial Woodcarver Pro Kit can be used for straight line cuts in wood projects and is ideal for use with straight line guides or for trenching. The Mini Carver is the most versatile Arbortech power tool. From rough shaping to sculpting, texturing, and sanding, the Mini Carver does it all. The Mini Carver is an ideal power tool for wood sculptors and carvers alike who value performance, efficiency, and versatility. Equipped with a powerful 1000 watt motor, the Mini Carver uses the Mini Pro blade. It's a 50mm 2-inch tungsten carbide tipped carving blade that allows smooth side-to-side shaping, rapid wood removal, and delicate texturing. This blade will stay sharp for longer, offering optimum performance even in the hardest timbers. The 6-speed variable control settings range from 6,000 to 18,000 RPM, allowing users to adjust the RPM of the Mini Carver to suit a variety of wood carving, sculpting, and sanding needs. The push-button lock system easily swaps out between the discs and the sanding head to make changes fast, easy, and efficient. Additionally, it includes a sanding system with a rubber backing pad that molds to fit the shape of your project. This sanding function can be further enhanced with the addition of a flexible rubber backing pad. By using the variable speed option with the sanding system, it will allow you to continue to shape gently or take you through the finishing sanding stages. You can now sculpt and sand wood in previously hard to reach places with better control and visibility. The Mini Pro is a hybrid of the Mini Turbo and the Mini Industrial blade. It is a small 50mm blade with large and uniform cutting teeth that cut on the periphery of the blade. Because of this, it is the smoothest of all the small blades in the range. The Mini Pro was created for the Mini Carver, but is also compatible with the Mini Grinder. Utilizing tungsten carbide teeth, this blade is strong, versatile, and allows for multi-directional shaping. Achieve smooth sweeping cuts while maintaining control. The Mini Pro is so easy to maneuver that even narrow plunge and profile cuts can be made with minimal tear out. Its unique design means it also provides a user with a soft touch carving experience, in particular when used in side-to-side carving action. This is an ideal tool to be used for rough shaping stages all the way through to the fine detailing of small to medium projects. Despite being one of the smaller blades in the power carving range, the Mini Pro can rapidly remove for rough shaping of bigger projects while also providing the precision needed for smaller, more detailed work. The large cutting surface makes it incredibly versatile without sacrificing the soft touch carving experience. The Arbortech Mini Turbo is a universal wood shaping blade that can be used to create different shapes, profiles, and finishes in small to medium-sized woodworking projects. Designed to provide the same functionality as the Turbo Plane, with a smaller blade size, attached to the shaft to enable carving in hard-to-reach places. The Mini Turbo provides additional versatility with its ability to be transformed into an effective sanding tool. Specifically designed with no teeth on the periphery of the blade to allow for template work and the use of guides, giving the mini turbo an added versatility for precise, consistent cutting action. Extended reach enables carving of deep internal profiles, leaves a smooth finish requiring minimal sanding. Limited side exposure improves safety, perfect for free-form convex and concave shapes. Tungsten carbide teeth are rotatable and replaceable, can be used with guides and templates for accuracy, can be transformed into an effective sanding tool. It attaches to any 4-inch and 4.5-inch angle grinder with 5/8 11 threads. Blade also fits on the ArborTech Mini Carver, but it works best with the power carving unit. The Precision Carving System is the smallest attachment in the power carving range. Highlighting the mini ball gouge, this 3-piece set will open the door to more intricate power carving, detailing, and texturing. It includes a universal base when fitted to the power carving unit, or a standard 4 to 4.5-inch angle grinder with 5/8 11 threads, allows the user to interchange the precision carving and sanding bits to carve smaller radii, intricate details, and fine textures in wood. The mini ball gouge utilizes spherical cutting action. Based on the popular ball gouge, this scaled down version allows users to shape smaller radii and to get into even tighter spaces. Shape small projects with ease and detailed versatility. Scoop and undercuts are done with ease. You can even carve smooth hollows and dips on a much smaller scale than the regular ball gouge. The Precision Barrel Carver, controlling carving on the outside of the barrel, can create right angle corners and provides great access into tight spaces. The Precision Barrel Carver can be used on the side at an angle or upright to bore down into wood. The Precision Drum Sander uses switchable spiral sanding drums to finish where the barrel carver leaves off. Precision Drum Sander's 60 and 120 grit sanding drums make this ideal for finishing and polishing after carving with the barrel carver. Sand hard to reach places with more control and give your project that final once-over without ever putting the tool down. The power carving unit is the ultimate answer to your power carving needs. Fitted with the most powerful 1000 watt ArborTech motor yet, the power carving unit is ideal power source to optimize all of your ArborTech attachments. This grinder was designed specifically with woodworking in mind to take your power carving to the next level. The leveling guide provides precision leveling and planing when used in combination with the turbo plane. Quickly level off rough surfaces cleanly with the vacuumless chip extraction, ensuring a safer work environment. The precise depth control transforms the power carving unit into an aggressive wood removal tool. Utilizing the precise depth control, you can still allow for controlled fine wood removal. Ideally, the last tool you'll need for paint removal on large and small surfaces. The Vacuumist Chip Extraction System chip tube is a compact, easy option to funnel wood chips into a bucket to reduce mess that doesn't require a vacuum. Easily swap out the sanding pad for initial sanding stages. The leveling guide will help achieve an incredibly smooth finish. Variable speed provides greater control between grits. The durable fast hook sanding pad means you can quickly swap sanding discs. The chip catcher creates a better way to freehand shape your project. Coupled with a vacuum, you have the cleanest, safest way for fast bulk wood removal. This high-performance, slightly flexible sanding pad is ideal for sanding medium to large projects and capable of molding to contours. If you want the ultimate power carving system, ArborTech's power carving unit can't be beat. The Power Chisel is a freehand power carving tool that makes it possible to do detailed carving and chiseling. Unlike the strenuous manual work associated with traditional hammer and chisel, the powerful 1000-watt Power Chisel is our most user-friendly tool. Effortless chiseling means less elbow grease while maintaining control. Powering through hardwoods and clean cutting means less time sanding. Complete with a set of 7 chisels and chisel pouch, the Power Chisel makes blade changes easy with the press of a button. Easy to control allows you to sculpt and shape small to medium work pieces. Ideal for detailed carving on small and large projects. Create unique textures. Chiseling, lettering, and adding texture to templates is easy with the Power Chisel. The Turbo Shaft is the ideal tool for detailed freehand power carving. Perfect for deep and narrow profiles, lettering, template work, and much more. The Turbo Shaft provides a unique combination of efficiency and control. Equipped with durable tungsten carbide teeth, the Turbo Shaft includes an adjustable depth gauge, making it easy and quickly set your preferred cutting depth in even the hardest of timbers. freehand fine sculpting and boring tool, its compact and narrow design allows for carving hard to reach places. The tungsten carbide teeth are rotatable and replaceable. Limited side exposure improves safety and durability. Attaches to a standard 4.5-inch angle grinder and works best with the power carving unit. The Arbortech TurboPlane is a universal wood shaping blade that can be used to create different shapes, profiles, and finishes. Simply attach it to the Arbortech power carving unit or a standard 4.5-inch angle grinder. It can be used flat-faced to create large, level surfaces, or used at angles to provide shallow cuts for refined shaping, planing, and sculpting. Unlike carbide burr discs, the special R&D Arbortech curved design blades provide smooth cutting action. Due to their internal placements away from the edge of the disc, the TurboPlane provides wide cutting edges, giving the user a unique sculpting action. These unique wide cutting edges also give the TurboPlane an unmatched smooth finish that requires minimal sanding. The results are the smoothest finish possible. Let Arbortech TurboPlane take the work out of the woodwork. Ideal for rapid sculpting and wood removal with soft touch feel, the TurboPlane can be used for quick leveling, planing, freehand shaping, and template work. Not only for the artistic woodworker, but ideal for DIY enthusiasts and a wide range of applications. Unlike other power carving tools on the market, the TurboPlane makes it ideal for all skill levels. Large, durable tungsten carbide teeth ensure long blade life even in the hardest of woods. Easy to sharpen with the Arbortech diamond file across the face of the tooth, redressing the cutting edge. Cutting edge design also comes in the form of no teeth on the periphery of the disc, making the TurboPlane ideal for template work.
About the Carve It Up 23 sweepstakes. What's up, everybody? Chris back at you with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, and we are here talking about the Carve It Up USA 23 sweepstakes. If you haven't heard, this table looks a little different than it did the last time. That is right. This is all of the first place prize that the winner's going to get. Everything on this table will be yours. We have everything under the sun for anybody doing any kind of power carving. We've got your bargain box, 20 pounds here of coarse, medium, fine. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. That's all sandpaper stuff. We've got a variety of different little mini mop sizes from 1, 1.5, and 2-inch little mini mops. We've got the kits as well as refills to go along with that. We've got this really cool drill kit that you're going to right angle drill, as well as a few little abrasive pads to go with that. We also have a sanding star, some other little mini mop refills, and what I've got here is the 4-inch in the sanding stars. Now I've got a 6-inch representative here to show you what it looks like all assembled, but the winner's going to get the 4-inch kit as well as a whole array of different refills to go along with that. Now there's also 3 spindle mounted mag mops in that 2-inch width. Very, very good for doing any kind of power carving, cleaning all this up. This is all stuff you're going to use to clean up your power carving. And we'll roll that also into this Arbortech. This is the cool little setup here with the different shrouds, and it's got the pad as well as and some different discs to go along with it. And these are hook and loop discs. So this is great for doing a lot of your work. And then rolling right here into the backdrop, we've got everything from your turbo shaft, your ball gouge, your turbo planes, your contour setup, anything to actually do the power carving. This right here is complete set, ready to rock and roll. This will help you be able to carve just about anything you want to carve, and it's all right here. So a variety of different setups between the mini micro balls as well as the different turbo planes. You can't go wrong with this. Shifting on even further, we've got stuff over here for doing handwork. So if you've got to do some hand shaping, you can't go wrong with these little shaping rasps here. These are ideal for doing a lot of that fine tuning and cleanup that you just don't quite want to put to power. These will help you there. Rolling on in, we've got some different attachments here as well from the Manpa line, a little different mini carver and a little ball. Also some additional Manpa items here. So check all of this out. Even getting belt cleaning, they've got this cool attachment that'll mount right to there if you're going to do any work with the belt. And this actually has two different cutter options that mount on the end of this. So it gets you an elongated access to whatever you're carving. So if you need to go down inside of something, this will allow you to get down in there to carve that away. So think of a bowl or think of some kind of deep dish or some kind of deep vase. This would be what you'd want. Ideal for about any power carving. Rolling on down, we've got these little burrs coming over here from Kutzall, as well as a shaping disc. And these are really ideal for use to getting kind of close where you're just trying to shaving some more of that off. You can't go wrong with this Kutzall stuff. These burrs are fantastic. Continuing down the cleanup line, we've got this whole setup here from King Arthur. What a fantastic system this Guinevere is. And it's a full setup with the motor, all the different balls, the different ends and attachments. This is good for doing a lot of that fine-tuned contour cleanup as well. So, and I can't forget the Fordham, the big power carving unit right here. So everything from rotary to reciprocal to disc and everything in between to do your power carving and everything you need to clean it up when you're done. Well, this is what you're going to win if you get first place. So don't forget, go to woodworkingshop.com/CarveItUpUSA23, and you can see all the rules and regulations on how to get this thing going. So this is the full table for the first place prize. And you probably heard by now, but Mr. Paul Jackman, yep, he's the judge. So get your entry in as quick as you can. We'd love to see it. I'll keep working on that, electric toothbrush sander chisel thing that I got going on back here, and hopefully I can get mine entered too. Well, this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop talking about the Carve It Up USA 23 sweepstakes. We'll see you soon.
Entering is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Make sure you follow Klingspor's Woodworking Shop and Arbortech on Instagram. Use hashtags CarveItUpUSA23, hashtag Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, and hashtag Arbortech. Carve out a project with any power carving tool anytime in your life. Take a picture and upload to Instagram before October 15th.
Woodworking Shop celebrate their 23rd annual extravaganza at the Hickory Convention Center October 20th and 21st. Don't miss the wood carving competition and raffle, the free Turning Learning Center, hands-on projects, woodworking demos, and tremendous show specials. Plus, get expert advice from over 40 vendors. You can even win a $2,300 gift card grand prize. Scan this QR code for more information. Also, stop by one of our 4 convenient locations to save. See you there at Klingspor's 23rd annual Woodworking Extravaganza.
I did not allow enough excess coming back to me to give proper exit for the hose. There we go. So now it's not upside down if you are standing on your head when you read it. Keep that in mind. That bottom screw is a little snug to get back into, but you do want to make sure to get them all tightened. This is a sticker, so my guess is whoever put the sticker on just put the sticker on wrong. But there, that's it. That's mounted back on there. I do want to make sure that one last screw was snug. I just don't feel like I got a good bite on that last one. Very difficult to get in there. There we go. All right. So now I can go back to my track and make sure that this is in there properly. I'm going to pull a little more back. I'm going to go ahead and close that line and we'll start right there. That's good. Good enough. So now I think the rest of this should flow okay. Now that looks good. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to flip this back around and we're going to start the wiring part for the spindle. What has to happen here, this is the VFD. This is what converts this 220 volt spindle into 110 volts. So what this does is this has all got to fish from wherever this is going to mount, and I recommend mounting this probably somewhere near your control box. And in our case, it's going to be right underneath the table. And so I'm going to go ahead and sit this where it's going to go, and then I can work on getting that fished up and around to where that needs to go. And it does come with quite a long cable. One of these is a power cable, obviously, that's going to go to your power strip that is used with your control box. The other is a piece that's going to mount into the front of your controller itself, not the pendant, but the control box. This mounts on the front of the control box. And then this is the part that fishes up through everything and gets connected right in. So we've got to fish this cable up through all of this and over. And figuring out the best way to do that, well, your guess is as good as mine. So what we'll do is we'll just take a minute and evaluate what we've got, because the way they've done this is it all fishes through this, not quite long enough to do so. So if we were to kind of see where this is going to end up, which will be right there, and this gets fished along this wire track like so, this may have to just dangle off the side, which should not be a problem. So that's probably what we're going to do. We're going to do it where we can just let this hang off the side. It's not going to move side to side. It'll just flow forward and backward as you're going along your x-axis or your y-axis. So let's do that. We'll go ahead and get this installed here, and I'll start back tracing it to here, and we'll see what's left over. There are little indentation marks that need to line up, and I'm going to go to the other side so I can see those better and actually pull the spindle this way. Get that seated all the way in and get that knurled nut tightened all the way down. Just like that. And it looks like that's a 9/16. All right, so let's see what's next on the old agenda here. All right, now it's time to finish that wire track. Now, before I bury this in this wire track, I do want to make sure the spindle does in fact work. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down here, and I have a power strip. I'm going to connect all of this to the power strip. Pump is working. That is working. And That is working. So now all three of those should turn on at the same time when you go to turn on your machine. And on the front of the controller is a pinned place where this is going to get fastened into. It's right by where the handheld pendant gets attached. So now let's turn this all back on. Give it a moment. The pump came on. I heard the VFD is now on, and now the handheld pendant is on. Not sure if it shows up, but you can certainly see the flow meter is working, or the flow control is working. That means there is actually fluid coming through there. All right, so let me get a file, throw it on a thumb drive, and we'll just see what this thing will do. Just make sure this spindle is running smoothly. Okay, so I've got a thumb drive and a file ready to go. I want to test this all before we go. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to load this thumb drive into the controller. Notice now that the USB light has lit up on the pendant. So we're going to select that USB. We're going to go ahead and select the file that I've got written. I've already set my X, Y, and Z on the spindle high enough where it's not going to create any problems. This gives you a good rundown of what's happening what's going to happen with the machine as far as the G code goes. And if you forget how you're supposed to lay out your project, this is a good reminder of where everything's supposed to be. In this case, I'm just going to go ahead and click next, and everything's lined up, ready to go. I can adjust my speed should I need to, but in this case, I'm going to click start. Now you'll notice the spindle is very quiet. You'll actually hear the machine moving more than you will the spindle. We've got good flow on the meter, so we know fluid is coming through. I'm not seeing any leaks anywhere on the table, which is always a good sign. So there we go. We have just installed the water-cooled spindle, the 3 horsepower upgraded water-cooled spindle from Shark on the Shark Next Wave CNC. This is a fantastic upgrade. I'm personally looking forward to putting it to work. So I guess I'll have to CNC you guys later because I got stuff to do. Y'all have a great day. Bye now.
We hope you enjoyed that presentation of the 3 horsepower spindle featuring Chris Smith. If you'd like to check out more of our videos, please select one of the playlists on the right or check us out at woodworkingshop.com. All right, Chris, you're live if you can hear me.
Right now? Get the hot.
All right, folks. Well, we are live in the booth here at Arbortech. Of course, it is slam today, and Jackman, being the amazing man that he is, has no care that of his celebrity. He has no problem helping the customers, talking with them, walking them through some things. We've got to announce the winner of the Carve It Up 23 sweepstakes, and that will be coming soon. Just helping old Jackman get through with these folks here. We'll get up there and we'll make that announcement. We put together a nice little video package for us, showcasing the winners. While we're here, if you're not familiar with Arbortech, they make a fantastic line of power carving tools, both standard sort of an angle grinder style, mini carver, small cutters, power carving unit with different cutters and attachments, sanding attachments as well as individual cutters that can be used by themselves. Highly recommend checking those out, especially some of the kits to get you started. If you're looking to get into power carving, this is a great way to do it. And you really get everything you need all in one package. And those kits are very durable. They come in a nice case. So keep the tools organized, separated, and ready to go. And if you're in the area, you still got a little bit of time. You can check out the demonstration booth they've got here. Easy to find. It is right next to the media booth, which is tied right here to the Jackman. So, and of course, Arbortech, one of the big sponsors of the Carve It Up USA 23 sweepstakes that we had. And we do appreciate all the folks who entered that contest, or excuse me, that sweepstakes. And I think this is a pretty good sweepstakes. We liked it. Hopefully we can do that again and partner up. There were other suppliers as well. We had King Arthur, Mampa, and Klingspor that were also in there, as well as Fordham contributed their power carving unit. So a lot of great vendors brought in there to do power carving, really to make that first, second, and third place prize quite versatile. A lot of different options there to get you into power carving. You know, while we're here, let's talk. How long has Arbortech been in business, guys?
35 years. 1988.
Hang on here.
35 years. That's 1988 for the people that don't.
Let me try that again. Hello, hello.
Oh, you can tell it's not your first time.
Testing.
35 years.
There you go. 35 years.
Since 1988.
Third try is a charm, folks. I'll tell you what, these guys at Arbortech, they have been working so hard all weekend long. They've been over there demonstrating, talking, helping, selling. Man, these guys are rock stars. They've even been taking care of the celebrity that is Paul Jackman, making sure he's squared away. So we appreciate all you guys coming down and showing everybody the stuff and show.
Appreciate you having us here.
Appreciate you having us. Thank
So if you got Arbortech questions, come on down. You still got a little bit of time. You better hurry because we're running out of time today. Come down and ask your questions. And while you're here,
prices.
pick up your Arbortech stuff that you need to start your power carving business, craft, or just stress relief. Whatever it is, pick up your Arbortech, start power carving today. As you can see, he's quite a busy fellow. While we're waiting, let's walk over here. We'll just get some close-up shots of some of the Arbortech stuff. You want to tell me about some of this stuff there, Troy?
Give me your intro.
Tell me about what we got looking here. What's up with the power carving unit?
Power carving unit. That is an angle grinder set up for woodworking. So it comes with a sanding head, a leveling guide, a chip catcher, a tube. It's got its own bag to store everything in. All of our power carving attachments will fit on that. So it's basically the motor you need to get after it with your power carving tools.
Cool. What about this mini carver?
Mini carver, that's another neat little tool. It comes with a little 2-inch head we call the Mini Pro. Really easy to freehand shape with that. It's like putting a hot knife through butter. Is that how that goes?
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, cool. And we have seen the turbo plane.
Turbo plane. That's a, what do you want to call that? A heritage item. Been around for a while. One of our top items.
Now, let's see. Now, is the turbo plane the one that has the replaceable cutters?
The turbo plane does not have replaceable cutters, but they're really easy to resharpen. And if you don't chip one of those teeth, you'll likely never need another turbo plane.
A good little carbide file or diamond file will work
600 grit diamond file, like a credit card file or something like that, will get right in there. It's really easy to do.
Sounds good. And in the little carving system, the little
precision carving system, that's our newest item. We call it the mini ball gouge. We came out with the ball gouge a few years ago and realized we needed something smaller, so set that up with a universal base. You've got a drum sander and a barrel carver that come with it. The drum sander takes spiral bands, and that little mini ball gouge will actually really impress you with how much you can remove at once with that little thing.
Okay. And then we've looked at the power chisel. I remember that one from years ago.
Power chisel. We call it the cheater. Takes the hand chiseling and makes it a lot easier for you. Comes with 7 chisels. It's got its own pouch, the oil you need to keep it going. Really a nifty little tool for lettering and detail work and things like that.
And it reciprocates pretty quick, and so it's much. There's not a lot of stress on your hands.
Correct.
Right?
You got to put a little bit of force on the tool to get it to reciprocate, so it's really safe and easy to use. But it doesn't take as much force as, say, chiseling by hand.
Right. And the nice thing about that is whenever you do pull the pressure off of that, it's not reciprocating anymore, so that makes the chisel kind of just dead.
Yeah, correct. We call it idling. You'll hear the motor still running, but the tool's not doing any work until you actually give the force.
Yeah, idling sounds a whole lot better than what I said. All right. So let's see. Moving down the line here, we've got a few other trinkets. I'm just going to come on in here. I don't care. Let's just see. While we're waiting on Jackman, we may as well learn everything we can about Arbortech. So right here, we're looking at next.
Wow, we made a mess, didn't we?
You did, but that just shows you're doing stuff here, man. That's what I like. So what about this little mini woodcarver starter kit right there?
Talking about the industrial woodcarver?
Yes, sir. That's the one.
So that was actually one of our first items. Where is it on there? Buried under here somewhere. There it is. See that? No, I'm not doing it.
Let me see it.
You do it, Chris. You know what you're doing.
Well, you just have to stand still long enough.
Oh, okay.
Let it focus.
There it is.
Look at that.
So that's got 3 carbide teeth on it. They're rotatable and replaceable. It looks a lot more aggressive than it is. It's very easy to control. It gives you a really smooth cut, smooth finish. You can take a lot of material off at once, or you can go real light with it and just take shavings off at a time.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry, Troy, but there's something more important we got to do right now, so get out of my way. We'll come back to you later. Sorry, folks. We're live. We saw Jackman was empty, not having customers. We are going to knock Troy out of the way just to get this to rolling today. Hey, look at that. Close up. Hold on a moment. I'm a little short guy, so I'm going to get in there.
What are we doing here?
Okay. So I don't need to be out in front of the camera because
Okay.
this is all about you, Mr. Jackman. We appreciate you coming down.
I don't like being on camera. I don't like this.
Yeah, we've kind of figured as
I'm
much.
uncomfortable here.
Well, I don't like talking to people off camera either, so it just kind of makes me feel weird. But we appreciate you coming down to the show. Arbortech, what a huge sponsor of this Carve It Up 23. and we know it was a lot of things you got to look at
Yeah.
to judge through all this competition. And so tell us sort of what you found, and then we've got the video that will pop up and play overlaying this while we sort of step away from that moment.
All right. Yeah, that was great. It was like over 100 entries. It was impressive. I didn't think we'd get that much, and they were all awesome. So it's hard to pick 3, but I just kind of went through and just whatever kind of piqued my interest. Maybe it's not the best project, but just stuff that popped out to me that I personally liked. I think you'll see from the first place winner why I liked them, and I think they were very strategic in their choice of what they posted, and you'll see why I say that later. And 3 great winners, and we had a couple guys here that had their projects in person too that were awesome to see.
Okay. Well, I think Mike, if you've got the video, go ahead and roll that beautiful bean footage.
There you
go. Let's see what we got.
Oh yeah, she's rolling. You guys are good.
Oh, okay. So we're back live, I guess. It looks like for whatever reason.
I got it here. Whatever you need.
I think he played it already.
Is it done?
Okay. Well, that went a lot different than I thought it would.
Yeah.
But hey, anyway, hopefully we'll have you back next year, at least Arbortech. We look forward to that Carve It Up 24.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens. But Paul, we appreciate you coming down. Been a follower for a long time, and look forward
Thanks for
to
having
see
me.
what else you got creativity going on there. So.
Yeah, I'll be doing some carving again soon.
Yeah. Well, we thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Mike.
I got completely random. Sorry, folks. This went a little different than we thought, but that's what happens when you're live. Hey, don't try to avoid me, Troy. You're coming back. We're going to talk about Arbortech. No, sir. You just thought we were done. That was the problem. But the way it works, customers are in the booth. We will not interfere with what customers are going on. If you want to know more about what was on that table from Arbortech, you still got just a little bit of time. Come down, talk to Troy and the guys. They will help you out, hook you up, and you will be power carving before you leave this building. So come down to the Arbortech booth. Easy to find. When you walk in that front door, we are just straight down the aisle. 2 big booths. You can't miss it. Lines of people talking about Arbortech. So come on down and check it out. We're going to go stroll around, see if we can't catch up with some of these folks that we've been trying to catch up with all weekend, and maybe get some interviews and see what's happening on the live show floor. We've been trying to get in here with Rycon for quite some time. Hopefully we'll get in here, but it looks like the big boss man is a little busy right now, as usual. Still a lot of tools on display, a lot of stuff being demonstrated. We'll come over here and talk to the shaper guy. We've been trying to get over here with this gentleman for a while. We want to talk about one of their newest products they've got on display in this shaper trace. And it appears he might have taken our little logo, traced that, and imported that right into the shaper origin, and is now carving that out on a piece of that MDF. And we're going to zoom in a little bit, see if we can't get a glimpse of that live action going on without interrupting it. Or not. You see what he did? He literally used the shaper trace, traced that off, and carved out on a larger scale our logo. Easy peasy. Well, you know what? I tell you what. Let's see. You don't have a button shirt, so hold that and can you tell us a little bit about the shaper? Let me back up a little bit. Get some info. Tell us a little bit about that shaper trace. That seems to be the hot ticket new item that is out by Shaper Origin.
This is the shaper trace. So this is the frame that comes with the shaper trace. Shaper trace is the app that we have. So when you order a shaper trace kit, you will end up with this frame. Come to you with a marker, one of these artist pins here. This is a kit that you'll get. You'll also get access to a web app you can access with your Shaper account on your phone. And how it works is you'll open up the app on your phone, use this frame, put your image or your drawing, whatever you want to convert, into an SVG file under that frame, scan that all in with your phone. It'll capture that, convert that into an SVG. And the cool thing about it is I did that earlier with this bumper sticker, and over here behind me, I've been cutting that out today on this MDF. Super simple, super quick, great results, almost instantaneously.
So that's the whole idea, folks. If you can get that drawing, you can even take your own signature, draw that in there. As long as you can get it scaled down to within that frame using the special app in your phone, then you can convert that automatically to an SVG. And right now, the list price on that is what, $99, $95 or something like that?
Shaper Trace is $99.
And that is a fantastic price for something like that. Because see, the beauty of this is you don't have to have a Shaper origin, although that's ideal. But if you run a Cricut or any kind of other CNC or any kind of digital formatting where you just need to get that particular graphic into an SVG format, well, that will allow you to do it. So Shaper Trace, definitely check that out online. I'm sure there are full videos. You can go to the our website as well as the Shaper Origin website, find out more about it and get more details. But certainly, still got just a little time. Come on down. You can get a hand bird's eye view live in person on the Shaper Trace as well as all of the Shaper Origin products. So they've got a lot of the tools on display down here. They'll walk you through how the Shaper Origin works and get full details on all that at the Woodworking Shop Extravaganza. Still going till 4 p.m. today. So don't waste time. You're running out of it. Thank you very much. All right, boys and girls. So there we go. Finally got with the Shaper. Let's see if we can't meander our way over to the Sorby booth and get a little something going on with Daryl, who's demonstrating over there in that booth. Jerry, back at it.
It's just the different stuff you can come up with, different colors. I've covered the thing completely up, thinking it was going to be up.
Right. So he is demonstrating the birdhouse coloring, painting right now. If you saw earlier, he was turning that hat. I don't know. They're everywhere. I don't know.
Oh, is that apples right there?
If not, I know they got some up there.
Okay. Yeah, my wife's like, bring me some apples.
Well, I'm trying to get video of you and you talking about this all weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Every time you had a crowd.
Oh, those little jacket boxes, those look pretty good.
I've been live for a while.
Oh, you're live now?
Mm-hmm. And we stopped by here yesterday, took a look at the Sowers veneer booth, and we were taking a look at some of the extra special things they have here that are pre-made veneer setup, like their backgammon and their checker chessboard. But now that there's a few customers not in here like there were yesterday, I'll take a look at some of those things that are in their booth. Let's go in here and get a little closer look. We sell a full range of the Sowers veneers and the products, both in the individual packs as well as the sequence match, books match setups. We offer some of their standard veneers in the pre-cut, both with the peel and stick and the paper backing. So that kind of accommodates either way you need to go. All of your common species and even some of your more exotics. If you're looking for something specific, we can get you covered on that. And a full line of inlays, inserts, things like that. Of course, edge banding material. And so for those of you who saw the video yesterday with the edge bender, that might be an opportunity if you're looking to do a lot more edge banding and iron on. Yeah, you can. We've got whole jumbo rolls down there on the bottom. So Sowers Veneers makes a full range of stuff from simple small packs to much larger veneers for larger projects. So if plywood's a little too expensive for you, or the actual material, raw wood, is too expensive for you, always consider veneers. And we carry a full line of the Sowers products and can get you anything you need in the Sowers lineup. So come by, check it out, and you'll find that the veneers are a whole lot less expensive than buying the solid wood, and you're able to use your own substrate that's going to be a lot more stable and a lot easier to work. So come by the Sowers Veneer booth if you're in the area. If not, check out our stores, and we have that all laid out for you and have plenty to look at.
My wife says always.
Let's see if we can go over and check out some other things that we didn't get good glimpse at this morning. Get a little better look at the Mampa table today. And the Mampa line, they've got quite a few little detail carving utensils. They are tied in here with the King Arthur folks. And we looked at them yesterday a little bit, and the Mampa's got quite an extensive line of power carving cutters, different length of arm options for being able to get into significantly different spots. Let's see if I can get you a little close up of that. And you can see the different arms available with the different cutter diameters that are available as well. So if you're doing deeper vessels or different hollow forms, that might get you an opportunity there to reach into places that other carving tools might not. So come check out the King Arthur and the Mampa line. And if you can't make it to the show, go to woodworkingshop.com. We got a full line of those on the website, and certainly in our catalog. You don't want to miss that. And there was, I would say special guest, but just special. That's it. That's it. We'll just leave it special. Mr. Mike Laffey is in the house today, and he's over in the Hillview booth.
Do you do this just for Klingspor, or do you do it just for anybody else? Just for Klingspor.
And so what we're looking at here is we've got a lot of celebrities in one place over in the Hillview Wood and Metal booth. Jackman siding, Ulo siding, well, and then there's Laffey. Like I said, the carving booths looks like a lot of the folks have already kind of torn some of their things down there in the carving competition. The Learn to Turn station over in the North Carolina Wood Turners is still active and going. Come by, learn to turn, or you can sit in the spectator aisle, peanut gallery. So let's check out some of the Bessie stuff. Some of the things a lot of people don't know about, or maybe haven't seen or understood what they are. These little blocks here, Bessie sells these. So what can happen whenever you're trying to clamp something up, this allows your bar to stay off the table so that you can have clearance to move your clamp as needed to clamp up your workpiece. Those are great for your parallel clamps, and because of the intersecting angles, if you're trying to clamp up something square, you can have your clamps going in both directions with minimal overflow issues. So pretty good little setup there, allows a little versatility when you're clamping. And these are some of the newer clamps, the GK series, that, let's see if we've got one out. I think we did, thought. Yeah, here we go. Some of that GK series. This is the quick release lever here to quickly adjust it. This then allows you to fine tune that right here from the handle to tighten that up. It's quite a cool little clamp, quite unique. It's sort of a combination of a F style and a, but it's also mounted on a little heavier bar. So check out that GK series if you're interested in sort of a new style of clamp that's a little more versatile. But check it out. Woodworkingshop.com, and it's in all our stores. And of course, if you're at the show, you'll see it there.
Rose is ready to do an interview.
Well, we're live, Rose. Would you like to do an interview? Okay. Everybody's afraid of the camera these days, so forces me to do a lot more talking. So let's go ahead and stop in the Triton booth for a moment. Let's take a look here. Triton's got quite a lot more tools than they used to have. They've really expanded their lineup, and it's a pretty good brand. Come on pretty strong. This is their little spindle sander. You get all your different sizes available in the package. Show price is very cheap, of $179.99. What a great price that is if you're needing spindle sander. Again, these are show prices only. These are not traditional prices, and these are not what we can sell them for online at the moment. So, of course, they've got their routers. I've had their 3 horsepower router for quite some time, and they've got a 2 1/4 as well. Their small little belt sander. That's a nice little handheld, very ergonomic, very easy to control. So if you're doing a lot of small stuff, this is a great little sander to look into. Moving down the line. Here is the combination spindle / belt sander. One of the things that's so cool about this is it's got this versatility of this table, so you can have a nice platform. You've got a vertical belt that you can choose. You can also quickly remove this and only deal with just a spindle, which is quite interesting because that allows you to have a spindle sander as well. So when this is removed, it's just a spindle, and you've got your option for going from a belt sander to a spindle sander. Very neat little tool. If you're looking for something versatile, and then having the ability to adjust this top makes all the difference in the world when it comes to being able to adjust the lead in to approach the belt. So that's a cool little spindle sander and belt sander combo. And we've got those on show special, $239.99. So quite a show price. I wish there was more things we could show price-wise, but yeah, we get in trouble. Let's see here. Testing. Excuse me, Mr. Joe. Would you be willing to talk some Rikon? We've been trying to get you all weekend.
Hey, I'm a popular guy. You know, it's tough being me.
Well, that's why we're stopping by.
So tough being me.
It is. Tell me what's new. Tell me what's happening.
All right,
Hold
come
that.
on over.
Okay.
You know, we'll start.
I'll start wherever you want to start. You're the boss.
No, come on.
Okay. See, that's the boss's privilege. He can change his mind on a dime, and we move. Then he changes it again, and we move. Tell me what we got here.
Hey, everybody. This is our brand new 1516 VSR mini lathe. What we're really excited about is that we're going to now have available a series of lathe chucks available in what we're going to call a Z3 and the Z4. to launch the product that's going to be available in January. It's going to be the 1516, and we're going to include a Z3 chuck, which is going to be a direct thread. That'll include, sorry for bending down, it's going to include 50 millimeter jaw set wrench. It'll direct thread right on the 1516, and this will be included in the package.
Nice.
Some of the differences between this one and the 150, overall, they have the same design, same capacity, being able to turn up to 15 inches with a 13-inch bed extension. But what we've done was we updated the motor to a 1.25 DC brushless motor. So it's going to be a little bit more powerful than the 1 horse that we have. The 1 horse is still a great lathe, but we just made those improvements and updated. You know, some really cool key features is our I can't even speak today. Our magnetic box that you can position anywhere on the lathe. So depending on what position you turn it in, you can mount this anywhere. We have a metal plate on the top of the lid cover here. So if you have magnetic light, you have a spot to put your magnetic light there, or even your control box. And our tailstock on the end is also designed flat. So when you're using magnetic lights that have all the flat designs, you have that position there. But all in all, great lathe. It'll be available to ship in January. The retail price is going to be $949.99, and it's going to include the chuck.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So basically, you'll buy that. You don't need anything else but tools, which you also sell.
Yeah. So we also have all the tools, and we'll have a whole series of jaws, chucks, you know, insert type versus direct thread. We'll have those. Along with the lathe in the turning category, if you come over here, we finally launched our 3-piece spindle and gouge sets that tie into our standard insert turning systems. So now with the 3-piece gouge sets, they'll be able to interchange. If you have our turning system, they'll be able to lock into place. We have a 3-piece spindle set and a 3-piece bowl gouge set. And those are available now. We just received them in. So we're really excited. We've got a lot of good representation. We did some demonstrations with Kevin here at the show. A lot of excitement. And I think, you know, if you're looking for some traditional turning sets, it's a great choice.
Yeah, you guys continue to expand on your tool line,
Yes.
and you don't just make something new to make something new. You expand to do it right.
Correct.
And you're making everything better with more options, and literally you're covering all the bases.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the key. You know, in woodworking, everything is, you know, you can come out with a new bandsaw, you can come out with a new lathe, you can come out with a new, you know, planer, but there has to be some innovation and creating some excitement. So that's why when we take the time to launch the product, we want to make sure we're putting a little bit of innovation into that to make it exciting in the industry. The other great product that we just introduced here at the show too is our new scroll saw, our 22-inch scroll saw.
And we saw a couple people demonstrating on that earlier.
Yeah,
We're gonna roll over here and check
we
it
had
out.
Sterling demonstrated on this. So this is 22-inch variable speed with the quick change blade system up top, real quiet, well balanced, a great price. You know, regular price is $599.99, and they have them on sale here at the show. All steel rack and pinion gearing for underneath. You have your dust blower. Like I said, variable speed, runs real smooth. You can do all your fret work and stuff, but we're really excited about that. That's a new addition to the line. Some of the other things that we had too.
Now, I will say while we're staring here looking at this,
yeah,
that we've had two very well-known scroll sawers over here in your booth. We've got them doing the work on here.
Yep.
I personally, privately, have been told by both of them that they are very excited about this particular scroll saw.
Absolutely, and we're excited too. So we took the opportunity. We met Sterling and Tyler. They both came over, and I said, "Listen, you're the pros. You sit down and you tell me. We try to design it and manufacture it right, but if it doesn't work for you," and they sat down, and Sterling, spent a couple hours doing a whole bunch of different products. He loves it. Ty loves it. So I think from the whole, scrolling community, I think it's going to be a great choice for them to take a look at.
Well, and that's the beauty, because both of those gentlemen, they have a very high trust factor. They don't give their accolades to just any brand or any tool. So
exactly.
Uh,
And the best thing about it is when I request someone to review something, I said, listen, I want your honest opinion. I don't want you to just say, hey, I like it because you're talking to me. If you don't like it, we need to know.
Right.
And so far, response has been phenomenal. We also come out with a whole series of, universal work stands and benches and stuff like that. We have one back there that, it's a universal platform on the top, so you could put pretty much any benchtop tool that you have. It does come with extension rollers, so if you do have a miter saw or a planer, it's a good option to have. So you could have, some feed rollers on the in feed or the out feed, or you could take them out and just use them as a regular universal top. They have adjustable feet that are nice wide angled, so you could, you don't have any interruption or interference with your legs underneath. One of the other ones that we have, take this one here. Sorry, this is our universal, workbench. What's great about this is that if you do have a miter saw or a planer or even a lathe or a joiner, this has a mounting frame that sits on top, so you could again mount any, miter saw, planer, joiner, even a bandsaw onto the table. And if you want to use it as a workbench, we have quick clips right here that unlock, where you can take this off with your tool assembled to it. And then you have a nice, workbench surface that has two sides. So one side has a built-in scale with a protractor that's got a nice flat surface. You have storage on the back for, nuts, bolts, screws, etc. You could also flip this around. Sorry. Terrible. You could also flip this around and have a nice hard plastic top, and to adjust, hold that microphone for me, Tammy. So you can adjust the height real quick. You have 3 different positions. So you can adjust the height on here. You can also hold this up. You use it as a creeper in the shop.
What?
Or if you have the frame on here and have your tools on it, you can actually pick it up and be able to wheel it away. And when you want to set it up, again, just use this lever. Now you can use it as, a platform. If I had to do painting or if I was washing my truck or anything like that. So
Okay.
It's a great product. It retails for a couple $100, but it's worth every penny to have a little portable workbench.
So everybody else is just making a little portable workbench. You guys are making a creeper platform stand, scaffolding.
It's like a 5-in-1, 4-in-1, 10-in-1, whatever you need to use it.
And you could maybe put 2 in long and put a board across there and to make a long cot out of that. Make you a bed.
Yep. We also have we sold them already today. We sold out, but we have a set of sawhorses as well. So you could fit up to a 2x4 or a 4x4. You can make a large workbench. It has a little foot that folds out, so it'll help support a piece of plywood. If you take a piece of plywood, putting them on top. They're sold in pairs. They hold a ton of weight. Great product too.
Yeah, and we may have seen those on day one when we were rolling around, and they were very cool looking product. So I was going to ask, how much weight will that hold?
So the weight on it is 2,600 pounds.
So that creeper workbench table convertible transformer.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Hold on. 2,600 pounds for the sawhorses.
That's crazy heavy though for sawhorses.
This one at your highest point, it'll hold up to 330 pounds. At the lowest point, it'll hold up to 1,100.
All right, so if you're a big guy trying to creeper under a truck, you got you covered.
You got you covered, exactly.
And even if you're a pretty big guy at full capacity, this thing's still going to hold you.
Absolutely.
And if you're using it just as a mediator step stool, you're going to be good to go. So whatever you need to use, this thing I think is going to be a hot ticket right
Oh,
here.
this will be a hot ticket item. It's great. Again, universal for the garage shop. It doesn't have to be a woodworker. You know, if you're a painter, a plumber, a carpenter, whatever it is, it's just a great thing to have in the shop.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you're always looking for a stool or something, and you're always looking for a work surface. And instead of, you know, breaking out a pair of sawhorses and making a platform for a table or something like that, it works real quick. Again, you can still put any one of your benchtop tools on here for storage as well.
Well, and I've seen those little step stools. They're typically only about 8 or 10 inches deep if
Yeah.
you're needing something like a miniature scaffolding.
Yep.
I mean, that's what, 16 inches deep right there?
Yep.
So, I mean, you're getting 1.5 feet almost of support. That's a whole lot safer, a whole lot more stable than what you'd be seeing anywhere else.
Absolutely.
Joe, I like that. Are these available now? Are
Yeah, these are available now. So they're in stock, available to ship. So stop by any Klingspor location, come and pick them up.
Yep.
You know, take advantage of the show price because they'll hold the show price for you.
Yep.
If they don't, just call me and I'll, make sure they do.
So they might not be quite on our website yet, but you definitely go to our stores, Hickory, Winston, Cary, and Asheville, and tell them, say, hey, you saw this platform Rikon creeper table bench thing, and you want it.
Yeah,
So what's that item number on there? So people
So the
at home
item
can
number
hear that?
is 98-5500.
All right, so 98-5500, the Rikon, that right there, I don't know. I think I may just have to buy me one
There
before I
you
leave
go.
this shop.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how I roll. If I like it, I'll buy it, and there's a lot of Rikon in my shop. So
Excellent.
what else you got for us? Anything? I mean,
So
I think that right there's a
yeah. So here at the show, that's all the new product. But please, keep an eye on our website. We're coming out with new products. We have a couple of new categories that we'll be launching. Early first, second quarter next year, which we're really excited about. It ties into the whole, woodworking assortment of products that we have. Some on the accessory side, some on the machinery side.
very good. Well, I know you guys have done nothing but just gotten better and better over the years. And I know my shop's becoming more blue and gray every day. And we appreciate you coming out to the show. This is probably the cooler booth you've had with an open floor plan. no
Yeah,
curtains.
this experience, having this open space, allowed us a lot more opportunity to spread out the product and do more demos, which is really good, because that's the key. As you're driving your customers in here, they want to touch, they want to feel, they want to see demonstrations going on. So I think having this open area was a huge advantage for us this year.
Definitely, for sure. Well, Joe, I sure appreciate your time, man. I know you've been slammed all weekend.
Thank
It's
you
been
so
nice
much,
seeing
and
you
thank
again.
you for everybody at Klingspor for supporting us and supporting the brand. We love
You got
guys.
it. Well, we appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Well, there you go, folks. Joe with Rikon demonstrating, delivering. Again, when you need a good presentation, you can always count on Joe to get it done. And that man knows his stuff for sure. So Rikon, we are going to continue to grow that brand. I see that doing nothing but growing in the woodworking shop arena. And their bandsaw is one of our more popular ones out that we offer anyway. So still a little bit of time left to come down to the show. Otherwise, definitely go to the store and check them out in person. Make our way back down the aisle here and see what's happening. But you know what? We were going to go over here and try to catch Daryl. I didn't want to catch him when he was on break because that guy's been working hard. We'll go around the back way. Let's see what Daryl is turning on today. You can always tell these guys are making sawdust. It means they're doing something. It means they're making something, using the tools, using the cutters. That's the nice thing about coming to the show. You can see it live. If you got a question about how a cutter is going to react, how a cutter is going to shear, what kind of quality you're going to get out of that, you can see that live in person. Ask them questions, and they will certainly be able to just shift between tool to tool to give you a better look at what they're doing. Well, Mike, I don't know. Is there anything else we need to go look at today? Looks like Jerry finally got to the end of the demonstrations. This lady right here deserves an award. She's been married to Jerry, and she listens to those stories over and over and over again. And so I tell you what, that's a supportive wife right there. And Jerry will even second that and third it probably. Oh, goodness. Let's see what we can come up with here. No, thank you. Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, that was a good show. Not sure what else I could show you. It is winding down a little bit. We've got less than an hour left of the actual show, but I think for the sake of my voice, yeah, and my feet, we'll probably call it good. I tried to get a couple people lined up to come in, and a couple had already needed to leave, and some others were busy doing other things. So we sure appreciate you watching us, sticking with this. Hopefully some of the in-booth demonstrations and conversations with some of the vendors was helpful, gave you a little insight into what's popular now, what's coming down the line, especially with some that we've looked at. I know yesterday, check out that Grex interview that we did, learn a little bit about more about the airbrush systems that they've got, and then the one we did this morning talking about the different sander option they've got. So there's a lot of stuff at the live show that you just don't normally see when you go to a website or you just come into the store. You can actually see a lot of this stuff live going on. So well, I don't know if this is going to be working or not, but this is Chris with Klingspor Woodworking Shop and my cohort Mike behind the scenes there, keeping things rolling for you live and in person. And we'd love to hear your comments. Drop us a comment. Let us know your feedback. Do you like the lives? Was there something you'd like to see more of? Because we want to make this thing about you. It's not about us. It's about this show, but it's about you, the customer, and the viewer. And so if there's something specific you'd like to see that you didn't, or something that you felt like we spent too much time on, or not enough time on, drop us some comments. Let us know. Give us some feedback so maybe we can make this a better thing for you next time. Well, this is Chris with Klingspor Woodworking Shop. On behalf of all of us that work here, including Mike Ziegler and all the other demonstrators and vendors, we appreciate you as customers, and thank you very much for watching and shopping with us. And go check out the website, woodworkingshop.com. Feel free to call us at 800-228-0000. We're always available to answer your calls, questions, take your orders, and during the week, you can certainly go on the internet to chat line as well, and we'll see what we can help you out. But again, thank you very much. Y'all have a great night and great rest of your weekend. See you next time.